your holy name. For it is in Jesus' name we pray and believe.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, all of us, for turning up for this second day. Want to, in a special way, also welcome you to this second day of stakeholder engagement. Yesterday we had a very successful day where we had an opportunity to listen to presentations during the opening ceremony, and also presentations on the quality audits that were carried out in the last financial year. We went through I think all the areas that the audit checks, and later in the afternoon we had a plenary where so many issues were canvassed during the plenary. So to start us off today, we had been informed that we'll have a recap, and there are two participants that were identified to take us through the recap of yesterday's events. So to take us through that session, I want to request Madam Phoebe to moderate that session. We'll have two participants taking us through the recap. Thank you, Madam Phoebe.
Okay, there was the ones who were to lead us through the recap. Please come up. Kindly, wherever you are. I had indicated yesterday. Are you present? Is it you? Oh, okay. Kindly welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members. My name is Paul Komen, Deputy Principal Administration, Rift Valley National Polytechnic. I want to take this opportunity to say karibuni on this second day to our institution. I am with my colleague who will be able to take a shorter period in taking us to the recap of yesterday. And the psychology of other learners reminds me that they always pick what is applicable at that time. So if they didn't pick much that is applicable at that time, they put it on a reserve. And when that time of applications comes in, the information which they were taught 1 year ago becomes applicable. So let's not blame them when you ask them some things and they don't give you the information at that time. But I want to try this morning to give us an opportunity to remind us what we learned yesterday. Given the fact that I've said you only pick what is applicable. So this one is like a recall. And yet now for the younger people it's easy when they come to doing call. So early in the morning yesterday we were taken through the presentations, and we had one on quality assurance, overview of quality assurance, and then the other part was on leadership, governance, and management, and HR. And my colleague will be able to take the other parts. So I want to give us a chance, we have another mic, so that we can give the members an opportunity to be able to tell us what they can remember on the issue of quality assurance, the functions of the authority in relation to quality assurance, the scope, the tools that is being used, that is the criteria, and others. So maybe members will take the short of time, us through. Let's take that approach and give to the members to tell us what they can recall. I'm seeing people now, you see the other learners are going through the notes now, seriously. They're going back to the note. Just pass to the table, one each table, and they can give to one. Hey, don't hear me, okay. Oh, you are passing? Just to any table. Just to the table, one person to say something.
Yeah, let me start with my
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is representing Rafiki Training Institute. What I had a chance to get yesterday was the role of TVETA, regulating some of the roles that I learned were regulating, licensing, and accrediting programs and institutions. Yeah.
Pass to the other table. Let the participants talk. They can pass to a table of their choice.
What I can remember is the audit report on the leadership and the governance, whereby I'm also the rating of public institutions, private, VTCs.
Pass to the next. And remember also, I have a mic, so don't be prepared. I can pass to the opposite direction. So I know those who are here, they are saying by the time it is coming here, the time for recap is over. I have the power of the mic on this other side, so be ready.
Good morning, I'm Mohammed Abasola, Principal Tanariva TVC. As part of what was disseminated yesterday, we came to learn more on the mandates and among the issues of the governance and management, the physical infrastructure, the human resource, and as an institution, we did as a person, I did my own self-evaluation, and those gaps that were there, I'm now ready to go and benchmark with other institutions and rectify at an institutional level. Thank you.
Thank you. Since I'm dealing with that area of the role of TVETA, there is a table I'll skip deliberately because I would not want to ask them and they fail to give their mandate.
So yesterday I learned that one can become innovative and have many sessions within the TVET institution. Even if you have lesser number of instructors, you easily can have evening session and morning session. That was good.
Oh, ameniambia hili decide mali ninaangalia tu. Okay. They are worried that if I go close to them,
Good morning. I'm Frederick Wamburwa, Principal of Roma TVC. We learned a lot yesterday, and one thing was that the quality assurance fee of 500, which every student should pay, and we are going to prepare for that. Thank you.
that is a manager. Budget beginning.
Good morning. There's an area that I noted TVET. They are doing very good, especially giving the county governments an opportunity also to assess, and then they recommend to them so that they have targeted assessment schedules. which is very important, especially to the county governments. They will be able to interact with the private institution and have database on their own. Comment TVETA. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think, thank you for your participation, members. Can we clap to the tables and the members who are given an opportunity to present? There is one individual who has said he can't be left behind.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the chance. I want to say that yesterday I learned that the quality report that was presented, it only relies on what you found or what they found when they came for the audit. Also, it doesn't have a relationship to the results. There's no direct link. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can be able to end at that. So I want to allow my colleague to come. But on human resource, there was some recommendation which I made. I think we can be able to take it up that. And especially when it comes to the human resource part of it. I was in a table there, and there was a lot of concerns in terms of trader registration, which is at 12%. I think not more than 20%. So I think that is something that we have trainers in our institutions. What are we doing with an audit in terms of ensuring that they are registered and they comply to that guidelines that is given by the TVETA. So what would be the challenge that is causing trainers not to register or renew? It may not be appropriate that an industry or institutions that are striving at this age and era that we cannot have our trainers registered. Where is the problem? Where is the challenge? What could be the issue? Because we cannot be having 12% of those who have registered, or less than even that is. So we should be talking of 70% and above. So we need to interrogate and have a way forward on how we ensure that they are all registered. Could it be the issue of the process of registering? Is it the portal? Because I don't think if it is the money, because it's 1,000 to register and also renew. So let me give to my colleague to finish the other part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. I am Margaret Wanjiru, Principal Fire TVETA, Tana River County. I've been given the area of physical resources, innovation, entrepreneurship, and training delivery to do the recap. And looking at the physical resources, from the criteria for audit, it had 30%, which looked like we're not faring on well. And I wish that members of this conference can identify physical areas that were audited. Physical areas that were audited in? Members?
Well, I may not remember exactly which areas were audited because I was not among the audited, but I remember there were concerns that the institutions are a bit strained in that they are having growing numbers which are not matching the physical resources, and I think we did agree that we can work on the mode of training, like someone has said, you can train in sessions so that you give learners an opportunity to train in smaller numbers, especially in technical areas, in a number of sessions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. What about safety measures? Safety measures was one of the areas. Our good friends here. We are going to be ambushing you. Another team, let me give another somebody. You coming today? Sorry. The lady there has her hand up.
Concerning the workshop, we talked about the PPEs. We ensure that our trainers, our trainees are well dressed, that is, they use the right PPEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another concern there?
Also on the physical resources, we also mentioned that we also need to consider the people living with disabilities, especially things to do with the toileting and the rest, and also the co-curricular activities for our students.
Thank you, that is very right. So the physical resources are what are keeping us on the ground. Any other attempt, members? Thank you. Oh, sorry.
It was clear that from the audit that most of our institutions do not have even fire extinguishers. So,
which is a safety measure.
Which is a safety measure.
Okay. And there were a number of recommendations. How do we overcome, how do we mitigate the risks or the physical resources? How do we counterattack? How do we handle that? On safety measures, classrooms availability, workshops and laboratories. Anybody? Is somebody at the back? Good morning.
I'm Agero David, the principal of Mili College. On physical resources, if I remember very well, like an instance where you may not have an established workshop, you can link with other institutions that have good workshops, or even an industry where you can take your trainees for learning purposes. And where we are constrained with classrooms, for instance, where you have a large population, then we can do our sessions in a way that so long as we can accommodate the recommended number per session, we can even have the evening classes, we can have weekend classes, among other things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody's hand is up there at the back.
Good morning, my name is Gladys Mutai, Deputy Principal from Orogare. The issue of the workshop safeties, we believe that every trainer who is in that workshop needs to have some rules and regulation, or it needs to put the safety rules in that workshop. Whenever the students are supposed to begin the exams or any practical, they are told they are supposed to observe this safety so that these issues are not within us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have only a few minutes. We can move on to training delivery. And training delivery, we had a lady by the name Mary, and she also gave some areas that were evaluated, and that is timetables, mechanism of monitoring classes, updating documents, industrial training, and licensed programs. So with all that, that is the backbone of the institutions that we are handling. And training delivery also came out very well with the number of trainers that we have, and also the number of classes that we are able to accommodate. Anybody who can add to that? Any contribution towards training delivery? Members?
Thank you. Gladys Wantere, IQAO, Mazina TVC. Let monitoring, industrial attachment, be more of the mentors in the industry and the immediate supervisors of our trainers, of our trainees, but not us who just visit 10 to 30 minutes and we are out of that organization. We allow more of, so we have the mentoring tools instead of what you used to have the logbook, and even if it's the logbook, the trainees must be entering all the activities they are doing every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Insurance, group insurance was also a key thing that was brought out, because we realized some of our trainees are going out on industrial training without insurance policies. Thank you very much. I wish to end the recap there, and thank you for your participation. And everybody, flower, flower, let's flower and clap for ourselves. Clap. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yesterday, a participant misplaced HDM as Type-C cable. So kindly, if you misplaced a Type-C cable, it's here at the desk, so you can come for it. You will allow me to invite Madam Phoebe to carry us through the session, the presentations for the day.
Yes, yes.
So otherwise, I want to wish you all the best. I hope we are engaging, and again, let's continue engaging for the benefit of the sector. So, like it was said yesterday, let's bring out the issues, give suggestions, share experiences for the benefit of the TVETA sector. Others want to really appreciate you being here and the contributions that we are making so far. The deliberations is very good, and it is all for the benefit of the sector. Okay, so can we welcome Madam Phoebe to lead us in moderating the next session. Round of applause for her.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. As we have discussed in the morning, we have a session for presentations from the county government and a representative for the private institutions. That is David. So you should be taking a seat up and mbele. Then who is representing Kati? Kati, oh, that's good. Then we have the representative of the county directors of VET, Mr. Lusweti. For our chief officers, who is representing us? Are we in? So after the presentation from Mr. Lusweti, you will come and make, if you have any comments, additional. And this session, we are going to be led by our director, Dr. Gashisho. We want to make the presentations brief so that we cover all of them by break time. We are trying to save on time so that we finish in good time. And our director, TVETA, you will be winding up, our regional director for TVETA, that session that you come in after Kati. So I want to hand over the program. Let's have a round of applause for Daktari. Thank you so much and welcome, Daktari.
Thank you, Phoebe. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. You are tips and I'm also a tip.
And I can speak without a mic.
Now that it's okay.
So we are going to have this session, and what we want to do is, as we mentioned yesterday, we are here mainly to listen to your challenges, your success stories, and we are all here to learn. That is us and everybody else who is here. So that if we learn, if you tell us something is working where you are, somebody else will carry that, like we have had today from, as we are doing the recap, the lessons learned yesterday and what we are taking forward. So this is an exchange program where we learn from each other, we get to know what each other is doing, and we see what we can carry. From this particular session. So as Phoebe has said, we will have different people making a presentation. And we will facilitate this session with my colleague, Director Jambi. So we will ask you, you come and make a presentation, tell us what is working for you, what your challenges are, and how you're trying to solve them or mitigate them. Because once you do that, even as we, in our retrospect, we'll see what can we do, how can we learn from the other person. So I want us to start with the representative from the Vocation Training Center managers to tell us something about the vocational centers and how you're managing. I believe you've taken insights from all the ones who are here, so you're representing that area. So the manager representing the rest, Usana. Introduce yourself as you come, so that we all know who it is we can follow up with.
Thank you very much. I'll begin by making an introduction. I'm Mr. Nicholas. I am the Center Manager Molo Vocational Training Center here in Nakuru, and we appreciate this session that at least we can hear our views on vocational training centers. We want to say that vocational training centers, at least it's work in progress. We are getting what things, but we want to say since devolution, most of the counties are really embracing, even captured much of staffing. Our county government, even here in Nakuru, they've really embraced it and they've hired staffs, which we appreciate so much. In that area of staffing, even here in Nakuru is working because they've continued to employ. Secondly, another aspect that is working is issues of capitation. The county government, since we were devolved, I may not know the data of other counties, but for Nakuru, they are giving capitation to our learners. For Nakuru, they are doing it to a tune of 30,000 per trainee, which we appreciate it so much because it's working. On issues of infrastructure, the counties continue to put it in their budget to improve our infrastructure. They are doing for us the workshops, even the classrooms, which we appreciate because they are really embracing it on that. Even on aspects of tools and equipment, they are really doing the same, especially for our county here in Nakuru. Then on the same note, we continue to invite TVETA to even assist even the new institutions which are coming up to assist in compliance and even in registration. And then on issues of challenges, I want to present it this way, that through the board, TVETA, which is here, as vocational training centers, we want to request that while making communication, we want to request that we have it through the vocational training centers, which in most cases, some of the circulars that we see it online, the invitation maybe from TVETA or even from the city, in most cases it captures the national polytechnics, the TTIs, the TBCs, and then most of them, I don't know whether they forget, because you find it, vocational training centers, we normally find ourselves somewhere captured as others, which for anything that will make TVETA to progress, while addressing these issues, we want to request on issues of communication that applications, especially that are coming from the national level, that is also affecting the vocational training centers, let it also be addressed to vocational training centers through the leadership, that's the county directors. Secondly, as vocational training centers, we are asking that where possible, we even request for even a policy where possible through the board that now that we are moving to modularized system, that we can have the vocational training centers in this country to over level 3 and 4. Then we can have the national polytechnics, the TVCs and the TTIs can even over level 5 and 6. The reason being, as we now go to TVET and CPET, that is, one thing that must be noted is curriculum was not devolved. And therefore, we have a uniform curriculum. Just the way we have a CPC curriculum for the basic education, where you have the primary section, which is the comprehensive, go to JSS and senior secondary. And there is no way we can have the senior secondary covering a comprehensive curriculum. So we request that at this point in time that TVETA is coming in, let it be streamlined in such a way that it is known countrywide that the VTCs, the vocational training centers, over level 3 and 4, which is mostly artisan. And then thirdly, through TVETA, that's the board, we want to request that we can now have a continuation on co-curricular activities. Because ever since we were devolved in 2015, co-curricular activities which are very important, we find it that each county is doing it on their own. And most of this co-curricular that we do, which is also important, except for music and drama, you find it when we go for ball games and even the athletics, it ends at county level. So through this, we can now have a system where we can have continuity on co-curricular activities beyond the county level, so that all the vocational training centers in the country that is, can now meet for regional ball games and even the national and even international. Number 4, we want to request for harmonization of roles, especially particularly the similar roles of TVET, of TVETA, and TVET-SIDA. By that I mean those roles of registration of courses, which is done by TVETA, and as we move to TVET-SIDA, you still find it that we still also need to get approval there. So where it involves one similar role, we can just get this approval under one room, or for that matter, once we have it, it can be just enough for any other approval or registration of courses, so that we don't have to register with TVETA for courses, and then also we go to TVET-SIDA for approval. And then the 5th, which we had said initially, that we want also to request that the School of Pedagogy, that's KS-TVET, can also be delocalized to have some campuses, especially in regions, because you realize it's the only one in this country, especially for diploma level, so that our trainers can easily get this certificate, because it's also captured in the scheme of service as a requirement for employment. But you realize all of us in the country go to KS-TVET during holidays or even for full time, but it's the only facility for diploma level. So if it is delocalized to regions, it can enhance their service delivery. And then the second last is we request TVETA to also fast track on the issues of registration and licensing of trainers. Most of our trainers find challenges in that, and we want to request that registration and licensing of trainers can be fast-tracked. And then lastly, we also request for more capacity building We appreciate the sessions that we've done and that you've been doing, that more sessions on capacity building can be done, not only for the principals of the center managers, but even also the deputies and the trainers. That's all I have. And on a light note, through the chair of TVETA, I want to request the chair of TVETA to use his powers to tell these people to clap for me as I sit down.
Thank you very much, Koesh. And by the powers given to me by the chair of TVETA, I order you to clap for him. Thank you very much, Koesh, for giving us that very comprehensive presentation of what needs to be done. We as TVETA have taken our bits. I want to believe also the PS representative has taken his. I'm looking for him with my eyes, Nasimoni. Well, anyway, with Tamfikia. So we've heard what they've said, and we have taken it in, we've taken in what Koech has presented on behalf of all of you. But I also want to highlight the lessons that we have learned from him, from Nakuru County, in terms of how devolution is working and how counties need to think about how they can resource the TVET. And he has talked about that all the learners who attend TVET in this Nakuru County do not pay for tuition. It's all paid up for by the county government. So for rest of us, maybe as we retreat back, what is it that we can do, or how is it that they have managed to do it? If we learn from them, then we can carry it to our counties. The county representatives are here, so they should be able to help us see how to do that. So as I said, we are learning from each other. Pick what is good and see how you can apply it in your own areas. And then for what has been given to us, we will see how it is going to be helped. Well, we are going to work on it. So before I call the next presenter, anything that Koech has left out that we need to capture? The center managers, anything that he has left out? So I see Koech has represented you very well. So no issue is left out. Because if you leave it out at this point, it will be left out forever. Because we won't know it exists. So anyway, we are still here. And whatever else it is you'd want us to do before we leave, that you remember along the way, then you can let us know. So let me call the next presenter, who is the representative of County Directors Vocation Education Training. So let's encourage him to come with a clap. There is an additional input on the management of VTCs, and I will ask the chairman to come and give it to us.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, the Honorable Chair of the Board
and heralds. Good morning. My name is Mr. Mogaka Absal Munyambukora from the County Government of Nyamira, Public Works, but I am here on behalf of the Association of Vocational Trainers in Kenya, an association which is supposed to promote the interests of vocational trainers, both at the county and at the national level. Now, this is a wonderful occasion that we have today, and it is good, and we appreciate a lot that now you have given us the opportunity to express our views. As you well know, as manager principal of Molo, Mr. Koeja said, surely we were developed. However, as we were developed, it was not our wish to be developed. But where we have landed in different hands, and each hand is running the affairs differently. But we have common problems. As he has said, some counties are doing very well. They have improved the vocational training sector. Others are lagging behind. Now, one of the major setbacks we have had for long is equal distribution of funds for capitation or substitution. This has been a problem to us, and we note from the law and the constitution that under Article 55 of the Constitution of Kenya, that it is the state's responsibility to ensure that we have the youths trained on competent skills which can lead them to employable, better employment terms. As such, TVETA Act is anchored into the same clause, same article, and we have a provision of funding whereby a section of TVETA Fund Board, which is a section in the TVETA Act, has not been operationalized. Now, due to lack of this board, we have had challenges where in the national TVETA sector, that is TVCs, institutes, national polytechnics, get their fund appropriately, as counties get the funds under what we call shared revenue, and they are given the authority to make a budget. So these are problems that it depends on the willingness of the management of the county to disperse funds to VTCs or take it to bursaries or support ECD. As such, we would like that the fund put in place so that it can be able to pass funds to all trainees across the country based on support of the youth as per the Constitution of Kenya. So that's what we are requesting to be done so that we can run the affairs of the entire vocational training sector uniformly without delays and lagging behind of other VTCs in other counties. Therefore, it's a humble request. Secondly, trainers are very few. In fact, some counties have never employed trainers since we were developed. And in this case, we have a serious shortage of trainers. In the year 2022, we requested Public Service Commission to give us interns to at least to help us cater for the workload that we have. In most of the VTCs across the country, some have only one government instructor paid by the government. And when you consider the number of workshops built in a given VTC, maybe 7 of them, and one government instructor, it means that the trainer is supposed to be a manager or a principal. Then the rest of the courses has to be paid by Board of Governors. And when there are no funds that comes from the county government or from the national government, it means something has to be done in order to use money to pay these instructors. This problem has led some counties to close down VTCs. And in this forum, it is our humble request that where such a problem is occurring, instead of losing a VTC to the community and it is converted to something else, it is better for it to be taken up by a technical institute, a national polytechnic as a campus, or another institution which offers technical or industrial training so that the youths can benefit. Reason being, those workshops, they have tools and equipment. When they are closed down, where do those tools go? Still, should we use them? Si tunapoteza zote. So it's our humble request that those institutions which have been closed down, we are requesting TVETA and the Ministry of the State Department of TVETA to put up measures to recover them and place them under other state departments which offers technical, vocational, or industrial training. That's our request. Now, we also request that a special budget to be provided by the national government, and we write this letter to the control budget to request the approval of 2,100 trainers meant for vocational training, and they should be distributed to all counties based on their needs. This will help at least to reduce the workload that our trainers are having. The third issue is that transfer of trainers on promotion. We learned that a trainer can be promoted to be a principal, but from the institution that he's getting out from, and since he has been handling a certain course, there is no replacement. So that means those trainers who are in that course, they have to disappear, go and do their own things, if there is no trainer to train them. Therefore, it will be good if a trainer who is promoted, a replacement is found. So therefore, we are requesting our bosses who are the county government to keep on employing trainers so that we don't lose trainees due to lack of trainers. The other issue, as Nani talked about, Mr. Koech talked, is about progression of the curriculum over in vocational training centers. Vocational training centers, there are very many curricula. We have NITA, which offers grade test 1, grade test 3 up to Mastercraft. We also have NAFSET offered by NEC, which was developed by the Ministry of Youth Affairs in the year 2007, which had 2 options. But one of the options was implemented, that's option 1, but the other progression option, that is option 2, wasn't implemented. Now, and then we also have ACT examined by NEC, and now we have TVET CDAC level 3, 4, and 5. Our request is, now that we are moving to TVET CDAC fully, we have our trainees whom we have locked out, our graduates. And this is a problem that whenever they want to present their certificates for consideration, those certificates are not given the value they deserve, simply because of lack of 2 subjects, mathematics and science. As such, it is our request that the government, to look at that matter and ask the technical and the technological universities and the national polytechnics to come up with a formula, set up supplementary papers which are accepted internationally, so that our trainees, our graduates who have done NAFSET can have a way of progressing. It will be bad, and it has been bad, more so for greatest graduates. When they join a technical institute, they are told now you cannot go for craft because you have not done arts. You cannot go for diploma because you don't have craft. This is a system that frustrates our graduates. That even when you want to promote vocational training centers, what they are offering, when they hear grade tests, when they hear NAVSET, they say let it be. And they, instead of joining, they decide to leave VTCs and join technical institutes where they can be able to do arts and level 4 programs. So it is our request that harmonization of these qualifications be considered so that we can have clear, smooth progression and avoid expenses of learning the same thing, learning the same thing, learning the same thing. The same thing happens to higher national diplomas. When we go to universities, we hear that we are asked to repeat our course, the content that we have already done. This thing that is talked about, credit transfers, you are told to join second year, join that year. But the content you have already covered and specialized, you end up repeating it and you pay money for it. So we have to look at a way of harmonizing qualifications. I've talked too much and I have been a talker. Thank you very much. I request TVETA sector, we have to come up with our own TV which is supposed to broadcast our programs. That's a request because we would like to maintain quality of training uniform of every course. The same way we have it in basic education, whereby we have lessons broadcasted from KICD. So that's another request so that we maintain uniform content delivered to our trainees. What have I forgotten again? The rest we can correct, you can share. We have a slide. Please, we can share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mogaka. You look like you want to be in a political position. You're doing very well as a politician as well. But thank you for advocating for the issues of VTCs and how I wish we have as many in a short while, we'll have some good news on a good way forward that is going to promote our VTCs in this country. So let me invite the next speaker to come in. You didn't clap for him.
Good morning, members. Good morning once again. My name is Eliud Lusweti, Director of Vocational Training at Trans Nzoia. We have a few directors here, maybe by just a show of hand. The directors who are here from some of the counties around. Thank you so much for this. We were assigned yesterday, and coincidentally some of them have been mentioned. Perhaps I'll rush that we take it up on a very serious note so that it comes through the COG. We are finding it as a challenge. When we get information from our managers, I have to go and explain to my chief officer. The chief officer has to go and explain to the CEC, and the CEC has to move it to the next level, and it distorts. It's a serious thing. We humbly request that it is corrected. We are all here, the TVETA sector, at this point in time. And we're supposed to improve the TVETA sector across the country. Imagine you are working in a national polytechnic and you work in your own village. We all have villages. As we are seated here, you have a village. And you work in a village, a home area, and you find there is a national polytechnic on this end, and then the opposite side there is a vocational training center. And you start looking at the two. You look at the gate of the National Polytechnic, and you look at the VTC on the other side, there is no gate. It speaks a lot of volumes. And perhaps you are a leader here. You are working for TVETA. You are coming from a village where a VTC looks like the way it is. I have seen most of us demonstrating how they look like. You look at the gate is not there. The fence is not there. You look at the building, you'll find one or two building structures there. You look at this building and you wonder, is this a learning place? At one time, my governor looked at one of them and asked, is this a cemetery or is this a village polytechnic? It is deserted and it just looks annoying. And you have a student who have finished Form 4, fine, he got a D, he failed, and he was in a very good secondary school where there is enough teachers, enough structures, and you expect him to work in that thing there. Let me call it a thing for now. You expect him to work there and learn from there. It is practically not possible. We have even gone ahead and told those managers to be innovative, to be creative, to ensure that enrollment is sustained there. It is practically not possible. And then we are asking that because we are in the field of TVETA, all of us at the national level and even at the village level, let us approach the TVETA institutions with a common stand. Let's approach them in a common way. You know, it has reached to a point where it's looking like there is a kind of a competition between this particular institution and this other one. And there's a kind of competition over the selection of the trainees as to whether they should go on this other end or on the other end. It is a wrong thing. We must find a way of approaching this matter with a common stand, whether we are, for as long as we are in the TVETA institutions, let us approach them in the best way possible to also make them come up. Because our youth are not interested in those things anyway. They are not. They also want to get to a better institution. They want to get to a place where there are enough good structures. The structure speaks volumes. It appeals. It doesn't appeal, they have no interest. And that is where we are with a number or most of the vocational training centers in Kenya. Yet, I'm sorry to say this, our president has a very high passion about TVETs in this country. And it pains some of us when we are on the ground and we're trying to see how best we can be able to improve this particular sector, and it's just the way it is. Many of you have asked, why is it there are no enrollment in those vocational training centers? It's just because they are bad. They are bad. And this one we will speak it boldly because we want to have a common approach over the same. The issue of a policy. We strongly believe most of these institutions are lacking funding because they do not have a policy. And policies are supposed to come from the ministry, and policies are supposed to come from the agents, the TVETAs, the TVET sector. You are supposed to assist us, work closely with the COG so that we can have a common policy on matters funding of vocational training centers. Because as it is now, we don't have that policy, and if it's there, it's a policy for that county, and the other one has none. So that means that the leadership can decide to allocate funds, or he or she can say there is no need to allocate funds in that particular center. And as we are seated here, while some of the vocational training centers are doing so well, I'm happy for Nakuru. I was just moving across one of the vocational training centers today. I was in Njoro and I was amazed with one of them. There are counties that are not giving anything to vocational training centers. They're just zero. And for your information, we have close to 1,200 vocational training centers in the country, with over 200,000 trainees in those centers. And I have a county where we have 89 vocational training centers. I don't want to mention which, but it has not been funded for a whole year. It is zero. 89 vocational training centers, no funding, and we expect those managers to be creative, to be innovative, and to sustain enrollment in those particular centers. Not here on earth. No. A common policy, and we want to request. We are making a humble request. The TVETA, you are the regulators. You have assisted us in establishing vocational training centers. Go ahead and assist us closely with the COG and all other entities to ensure we have a common policy. And we have also noticed that there are some attempts where policies are being done and necessary stakeholders are left out. For example, the stakeholder number one on matters vocational training centers are our managers. Managers of the vocational training centers. They have never ever been involved in any of the policies that we have today. And if they are just a few, we don't know them. These are people that implement, and most of them, they have certificates, they have diplomas, they have degrees, they have masters, some of them are going for doctorates. It's just that they are in those low-level vocational training centers, and therefore no wonder they are looked at as if they cannot have any input in terms of policy. The VTC policies, we are aware there are a number of the attempts to make the VTC policies, but they have not been involved. The directors, most of them have not been involved. Our chief officers have not been involved, most of those particular policies, and even the CECs. It becomes unfortunate. We are looking for a situation where we want policies being done in this sector, and we involve all of them. This issue of budget, I think I've mentioned about it. I don't want to repeat it. But before I leave there, we have had a problem, and I think it's good to mention that most of the counties, there is the aspect of bursaries, which most of the funds are actually going towards secondary schools when we are supposed to support our sector. So that appeal is necessary. They have mentioned about trainers in vocational training centers. A vocational training has been established. There is only one qualified instructor, manager. The rest are people we call volunteers. We have people called volunteers anyway in vocational training centers who are either paid or not paid for even a whole year. When they have families, they cannot do good things. So we need to have adequate trainers, and we are requesting for somehow let's have a coordination between the national government and the county government to have this thing move. Because the issue of instructors or trainers in our vocational training centers for the last 10 years, we have not moved. And those who are there, some of them have stagnated there for so long. And therefore we need a support in a way. I've talked about the policy. The scheme of service is another one. Each county seems to be coming up with its own scheme of service. How can that happen on earth? And seemingly, the scheme of service for the higher institutions seem to be better than the ones that the counties are struggling to come up with. Such that if any advert was made today for the trainers in the national polytechnics and the technical training institutes, most of the trainers who we have trained and they have very good experience are now moving away from the vocational training centers and going to the national poly. It is good, but it is unfair. That can only be corrected through a scheme of service which we want to appeal that it happens. I've talked about the issue of the legal framework on governance and operations in the vocational training centers. The TVETA Act 2013 has not clearly defined the lower levels of training to be undertaken by those TVETA institutions. And I'll ask one or two persons to just be able to help us elaborate on that at some point if given time. The VTCs, we are now in the CBET era. And about 90% of the trainers in our vocational training centers have not been trained on CBET. What does that tell you? The Directorate of TVETA, when we find a circular and is touching on TVETs, and vocational training centers are nowhere in the picture, we feel disheartened. On income generating activities, we know we have a lot of entities, we know we have a lot of donors that are supporting the national institutions with matters income generating programs. But when it comes to vocational training centers, we have left it to our managers and the volunteers to see how best they can come up with income generating activities. It has not worked. It is not likely to work. We need the support from all those other entities. Co-curricular activities and calendar of events, my brother has mentioned. Yes, they were devolved, but we want to move together as counties. What County A is doing, we want to also move together with County B, so that we can also still compete at some level, especially when it comes to the calendar of events. We do not have one. We have not seen it. We copy what is in either the national polytechnics or the secondary schools. Of course, under calendar of events, then term dates also come to that. Let's go to recommendations. We are requesting, a very humble request. We don't want to fight, we don't want to quarrel, that TVETA and the State Department to reach out to the COG with the policies on funding We know it can be done. If the TVETA can do all these things, they can also have a say in terms of supporting the COG on matters of coming up with a funding model for the vocational training centers and even the scheme of service. These documents, the two governments, kindly we are asking that we find a way of working together. Because what we are seeing is some kind of blame game. And that blame game is coming from the top there. And it is not a good thing. We are saying it is just a humble request, it's not a must, but it is necessary. A constant collaboration of TVETA with the director in the counties on all matters, VTCs, and of course our managers. When you are visiting the institutions, it is good for my CEC to know that there's a team visiting a particular institution and they give direction, they give directives. It works better than for my CEC to hear that there is a team that has come from Nairobi and is visiting. The aspect of communication, but I know it can be corrected. The trainers in our vocational training centers, we need a professional body for trainers, and this we can be assisted by the TVETA, so that we have a common scheme of service, and so that the trainers do not seek to move to. Most of them are running away from the vocational training centers because they feel in the vocational training centers they are not protected. And then those vocational training centers, sometimes you find people that are coming in and they do not have the qualifications for that particular trade, and there is nothing you can do, and it's not a good thing. Then promotion and career progression should be aligned to the one with the national government. The scheme of services for the VTCs and what is in the national government, they are different. Yet we are in the same TVET industry. We appeal to move together. I've talked about the communication. I don't want to repeat it again. Next, move, just move, madam. We may not have used a very good word, compelled. I wanted to change it, but I didn't have to get time. You have to forgive on that. But we need, you are switching, eh? Counties have gone through legal framework of budget allocation. The infrastructure, I've described about infrastructure in vocational training centers, it doesn't appeal, such that we need a way of coming up with a framework on how to support infrastructure in those particular institutions and even equipping. A policy on infrastructure. The issue of trainers is a challenge. I've mentioned about it. We want to request this capacity building for our officers, including us. It has been rare. And we're talking about a full capacity, CECMs, full capacity COs, and full capacity directors, to understand where we are and where we are going. It will be good for us. That's the issue of capacity building. The issue of income generating activities. I think these are things I've just mentioned up there. Curriculum, planning, and so on and so on. And in conclusion, we are saying for quality education and training, the national and the governments should work in collaboration and address the issues that we have raised, so that the TVET subsector can produce graduates who are qualified for the current job market. We need concurrence. We need to work together. We don't need to blame one another. We need to move in that direction. And at some point, somebody was asking a question. Some of the VTCs, we had trainees enrolled there, and the administration was asking that they move away from there to go to second schools, and they were removed, and they went to second schools because we want to ensure 100% transition. We are also asking the same entity to support us, ensure that there is 100% transition from secondary schools to vocational training centers and TVETs and national polytechnics. 100% transition. And if possible, 100% transition from the training institutions into the job market. Because that is what will make a difference. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lusweti, for in-depth information you've given us. And the good thing is, he brought out all the challenges, and he also gave what? He gave recommendations and, in some parts, solutions. Those that can be addressed by policy, he has given that solution as well. I just wanted to pick one area that he talked about, and which has really been an issue. The issue about having well-equipped with good infrastructure, polytechnics and TTIs next to vocational centers that are not doing anything. We have a good example, I think, from Nakuru County, where they work very closely with the vocational training centers near them. Is it possible for you to look into that in your respective counties to see if you can have shared resources, where we have an institution like this that has about 9,000, this one has 13 to 15,000 trainees. Is it possible that you can work with I know these ones are working with vocational training center here in Nakuru, but in other areas where you share resources, you can use some of their facilities to train your people, you can use some of them to do, you can share resources in terms of instructors, because we are talking about the same child. And some of these do not really need policy direction. It is the goodwill. The other one is appealing to the goodwill of the political space. Because remember, with devolution, that's a political issue. How can we advocate for all this to happen, where we are looking at the national the national government and our county governments working together? And until we are able to impress upon them to talk in one language, then we shall continue to complain about these things, because it's a devolved issue. But the child is not devolved. Neither is the curriculum and assessment. So how can we help? Even as we, from our side, push for policy change, how can you also push for policy change? How can you get the political will like the one Nakuru has? Because all the funding comes back to the county. It is up to the county government to allocate the funds appropriately. That capitation that we are talking about, that used to be done at the national level, is all brought back to the county. So it is up to the county to decide, or the county leadership to decide, how much to give back to the VTCs. So now that we know, how can we advocate to get a piece of that? Or how can we advocate to get a buy-in from the county so that they support our VTCs, even as we talk about pushing for the various policies. So having said that, and I know my co-directors will talk something in relation to, I want to now call the next presenter. And by the way, we'll have a panel discussion where all these people are there. SIDAC is there. You'll ask them why you are not being capacity built as VTCs on matters to do with the curriculum and assessment. They will be here and they can tell you why that is not happening. We also have help here who can probably help us explore alternative funding approach to allow or to see how we can get more learners into our vocational training centers. So hold your horses for that, and then after the panel discussion, you will have a little bit more time to interact and raise your issues. I saw a hand. Yes, it is very burning. Okay.
This common front in this matter is that all of us need to have a common front in our approach so that we can be able to improve the vocational training centers. And one area during the audit which was mentioned is about the training delivery. The chart, the scale there, it was showing 0 training delivery in vocational training centers. In fact, it was just like 0 deliveries. That means our students, the trainees, are not getting anything. There's no teaching, no learning taking place. So, why is it that we are opening centers which are not having learning taking place? So, TVETA as a regulator, the work of the regulator is to ensure that there is quality learning in our centers. My request is that TVETA authority should come down to the ground and ensure that those centers which are not delivering to be closed down. This is the best option to ensure that counties are woken up so that they are able to see that what they are doing is harming the community. Ayeko Joseph from that River County.
I think he has helped us in some of our mandates, which we really suffer on. When we want to close these institutions, you can imagine what happens with the political space. But yes, it is a very good suggestion. And just to add on to that, there was another point that came up about opening so many centers of vocational training centers and not equipping them. And that's the reason we are having the zeros. Because you have 89 of them, you have no trained trainers, you have no infrastructure to equip them, you just have buildings. So I think we need to figure out, as a sector, how do we regulate that? Partly it's driven by politics. Everybody wants to have a vocational center in their neighborhood. But that does not help anyone. So how can we advocate to have just enough, like we have Wasingishu, which had 10 vocational centers. But those vocational centers were very well equipped, and they trained their trainees very well that they actually exported labor, especially for plumbers, in their surrounding areas. So let us look at also how do we manage the resources that we have, which are meager. Get a few, equip them, have the proper infrastructure, have the proper trainers, and then produce the right students who will be marketable, as opposed to having very many which end up being idle and vandalized in cases. So I want to call the last presenter in this session, and the last presenter will I want to join the two, that is the Chief Officers of Education and the CECMs into one presentation. So who is presenting them?
Okay. I think it's me, probably. We will combine. Yes.
So you will add what you will not have said, that you will add.
So yangu mimi unataka ni niguze. Can I use here? You will not mind my movement, eh? Okay, good. Habari zenu. My name is Musa, and I know our able directors have done the work, the problems that we face at the county level. But the problems are many. There are problems that is being caused by the big guys in Nairobi. When I say the big guys, and that's the one I want to focus, is we have several, and all of them, they are working in silos. They don't communicate to one another. Before I came here, I was in a one-day workshop with TVETA. They don't even mention anything to do with TVETA. I'm here in TVETA for 2 days. TVETA doesn't mention NITA. So we have a problem. If I would have been a very influential person in Kenya, I would have done a lot of changes. But now, I will just propose to these particular members. And I know these are critical members who need to know. But the people who matter are not here. This silos thing, the element of coordination and skill development is a very, very vital thing that can make our life easy. But now the way it is going, it's proving to be a difficult one. Inatupatia shida. Because the core challenge is we have multiple bodies working towards the same goals, but lacking synergies. No synergies at all. We are all serving the Kenyan youth. Are we in agreement? TVETA, they are serving who? The youth. NITA, the youth. Department of Vocational Education Training, the youth. TVETA, the youth. We are all serving the same person, but we don't want to talk to one another. What I will present, these are my opinions. And that one of the chief officers, because we had been calling ourselves last night, that we were saying, tunaweza futwa kazi, but no problem. Sometimes it's good to bite the bullet. So, whatever you will see here, if I will not present your institution well, probably, of your mandate, disclaimer, assume it was an error, and correct me, please. I'm someone who welcomes correction. If you tell me what you have presented is rubbish, I take it that as an opinion and I go forward. So don't hold back, just tell me what you are doing is not. And if it's not for this forum, I think even sometimes I was asking myself, is this thing for this forum really? You tell me it's not for this forum? Well, we'll still move on. Things has to continue. So we are talking about coordination and skill development. Then we need to have an element of harmonized framework for supporting youth employability. All the four that I mentioned, they are all geared towards how to support youth employability. That is their core mandate, all of them. Clarifying institutional mandates. The mandates are distinct. There is no one entity that is doing the work of the other entity. TVETA, regulate, license, accredit TVETs and VTC institutions and trainers. If I have left out something or I've added something additional, assume you can correct it, please. Don't
I'm just a messenger on behalf of the chiefs. The TVETA coordinates and manages public vocational training centers at county and national level. I happen to participate in the national policy for VTCs. We had some 2 rounds, but I know the representation wasn't cutting across. That is why my colleague was pounding them that they have not involved us. I think we were only around 4 of us who were involved. Around 4 chiefs who were involved in it. But that's not a good representation for 47 counties. Then TVETA and VT institutions delivering the competency-based training and aligning industrial demands. NITA assesses skills, administers trade tests, and promotes industrial attachment and skills upgrading. These things, all of them, they don't communicate to one another. It's like these 4, we have Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. We are not in Kenya. I wish the president could hear this. It's like we are not in Kenya because they are distinct and they don't want to see one another. I'm sorry if I am overstating. If I'm overstating, tell you Musa you have overstepped. So none of these institutions, and they are not competitors because their way has been charted clearly. All they need is to communicate horizontally. But for them, they chose the silo system. That means natoka hapa mpaka mbinguni, sipitia hata hapa town. That's the problem. Then we have the key design principles to maintain, because these people ni kama wanashukiana. Ni kama mtu anasema, if I do this, hao jamaa watachukua kazi yetu, sisi tutakosa kazi. So at least, you know, sometimes you have to demystify and bring something clear. Last night yesterday the directors, they told me you will present. When later on they told me, no, we want to present. I said, thanks, let us have the one for the chief, for the chiefs. That is a good thing that you did. Then, mandate protection. We want to protect the mandate. Sisi hatutaki watu wakose kazi. Clear roles, boundaries. Each one has its own roles. And it's clear in joint operations. Now what we just need is wakutane tu, watufikirie jointly. Everybody has his own niche. No one can come to a niche. But we don't want to share. It's like hatuongeleshani. Msameni tumie maji, eh? I used to be a teacher 17 years ago. Political visibility. We have the bottom up, Kenya Kwanza. And all the 4, they are feeding too. And it's good that he mentioned our president is very passionate about skills. And all the 4, they are supposed to deliver on this, but unfortunately they don't talk to one another. If they are talking to one another, you will correct me and tell me that place you have stated wrongly. Industry synergies. Sector skill councils co-chaired by KEPSA and agencies. If we can have that. Kwanza watu wajuane. I'm quite sure NITA people, they don't know everybody who matters in TVETA. TVETA, they don't know any person who matters in hii ingine. Kila mtu anajua tu kwake kwa nyumba peke yake. Na hiyo si vizuri because we are serving one person. That is the Kenyan youth. Youth agencies, trainee representation in governance structures. Ni mzuri if they can be invited, at least a representative, so that we also hear their version. Then I'm just proposing, I think together with my colleagues, we are just proposing coordination framework. How can they coordinate? When you talk of skills, what first comes to your mind is education, correct? Since now we are talking of something related to education, in order at least to balance, because here we have 2 ministries, yeah? They are not 3, they are 2. But we are talking of something related to education. The Ministry of Education should be the one that will chair. The minister should be the one that will chair. That is my own thinking. I'm not, because I'm just talking as a Kenyan, together with my colleagues. Our way is, we are Kenyans. Whoever is in the office doesn't matter to us. We are talking as Kenyans. We are saying the chair should be the Ministry of Education. And then the members should be this group. At least wajuane wao wenyewe. Sahi hawajuani. I'm quite sure. If these people can have a meeting where they talk about this, and then they are in one forum, I'm quite sure it will yield positive results. But tukiendelea hivi, without knowing and without putting the Kenyan first, na kila mtu anaangalia tu payslip yake. I'm continuing the coordination framework, the functions yao. Joint policy development. If a policy is developed jointly by all these, making sure that that particular policy caters for the area of interest of each, so that we have only one policy that talks about element of skills and how it should be handled. That would have been a plus for the country, because hii ni inchi moja. Lakini sasa tukikaa hapa sisi tunasema huyu wa Garissa, huyu wa Nyandarua. At that level it's supposed to be Kenya. We put that one first. Shared quality assurance standards. If these people come together, I'm quite sure we will have an element of M&A, quality assurance standard, that will be fit across. Then consolidated national training calendar. Sasa najua NITA ni April, sijui August, sijui hii. You know, yani, why can't we not have one calendar that we know that this is the calendar? Inatoka tu kama moja. Inchi ni moja. Then central database for trainees, institutional and assessment outcomes. At the moment, I'm quite sure, and I'm just guessing because most of my early years, yote mimi nilikuwa in the NGO world. I've never been in the government. This is the first time in the government. And that happened to be a county government, which has a problem. All of them, they have problems. Ministry of Education, how many are they? TVETA, TVETA, I'm quite sure if the minister wants to know on skills only, he doesn't have a dashboard that he can click that will give all the combined at a glance that the minister will know. But at the moment it means the minister has to talk to so and so, and then another one, and then another one. Someone will sit and burn the midnight oil to compile one report and give the minister. That one we are also wasting man hours. If we had only one dashboard, then get this idea, and we move forward. Harmonization of the curriculum and certification and data. Hapo iko shida. Sasa kila mtu yake iko fragmented. Curriculums are parallel. Assessment confuses even the trainees. Hata si trainees, saa zingine sisi tunatoka confused. Tunasema ni gani? Juzi tulikuwa kwa jamaa tunaulizana, do we go the NITA way or we go the TVETA way or we go? Yani tumechanganyikiwa. We have a problem at the county level, lakini kusema kweli tumechanganyikiwa. People don't say. Wanatembea tu. Lakini they know kuna confusion. Well, now sisi wenyewe tuko confused. You can imagine the kind of confusion we are transferring to the Kenyan youth. Sisi tunawasumbua sana. Na ni nchi moja. Hapa hakuna Uganda, Tanzania na Rwanda. Hii ni Kenya. We need to have shared tools for seamless service delivery. Tools that are common across, that we can have, we can share. We know people, at least when we are talking of all these 1, 2, 3, 4, there are those who have been staying for so many years and they have developed things over several years. If you bring these brains together, you can come with something that is useful for the country. The content of now that seamless service delivery is to develop a national competency framework to align curriculum from artisan to diploma level. Mara zingine unaulizwa, mtu akifanya ya Anita anaweza kuwa na progression. The confusion is still there. So hizi vitu is not good for the youth. Kama sisi wenyewe na zingine tunakuanga na tuko 50-50. Mtu amepitia Anita, can he? We don't know. So we need to set things straight. So that the child who will do Anita, RPL for example, he has, this is the next stage, this is the next stage, this is how you can even go for degrees up to PhD. For those who want to. See if I'm making sense. And then, the standard certification pathways. TVETA and TVETA. Hizi vitu we need to have a standardized one. A standardized one. Itatusaidia. Only one. Because in Kenya moja tu. Unified digital portals. A very good one. I know tukienda counties ni tofauti. Iko maneno mingi because governors come and they come with their own legacy projects and then they see hii haifai, hii inafaa. Saa zingine tunapotelea. Unajua, I cannot put it in English, lakini kwa Kisomali kanasema, unajua chawa, si ni small. Tukipatiana, tuseme wewe patia huyu, patia huyu, patia huyu. Itaanguka on the way, hatujui inaangukia wapi. Sasa mtoto ndiye anaumia. The youth ndio wanaumia. Under the Unified Digital Portal, we can have training registrations. We can as well have trainer licensing. So that in that particular single portal, when the minister clicks, he can know how things are happening. I know we have gurus of IT. If they're given the task, they can develop. One time I was watching, was it Muraga, the one that had the whatsoever thing? Everything was almost seamless. I don't know how you have got that, lakini from the presentations, things were, I liked it. Student certification. Ikuwe something unified. Hii mambo ambayo zingine mtu anakuambia, unajua vile NITA certificate inakaa? Hii inakaa? Hii yote ni skills. Na hii ni mtoto Mkenya. We need to look for something unified. I wish watu wakubwa wangekaa hapa, because zingine sisi tumetoka NGO hatujui iko kwa jana. Nilikuwa nasikia when my boss is seated like this I cannot. Somebody say that, yeah? Sisi from the NGO wala hatuna hiyo. Labda nitafutwa kazi haraka, hata nikiletwa kwa state department hapa mimi naweza futwa haraka because sisi tumezoea kuongea. Then labor market data, if these things are shared, itasaidia everybody. You might have one of those four, imefanya this market assessment, labor market survey, but that data will just remain hapo tu. It will not benefit the rest. Na nchi ni moja, pesa inatoka kwa exchequer ni sisi yote, lakini unashangaa we are working in silos. Kama this one is not for this particular forum, utaniambia nisimamisha, kuna haja ya waste time. Ni kweli, kama ningependa hata wakae tu hapa, watu wakubwa wakae, waseme ukijana anaongea vibaya sijui nini. Then leverage of public-private partnership. This is a very important component. Driving youth equality through collaborative industry linkages. You know, there is no institution that can develop job-ready graduate alone. Hakuna. Ni kusaidiana. CBC inaanza inaleta mahali fulani, hii ni kusaidiana. Hii ingine inaongeza unaongeza kidogo. That's what we call value addition. In education, the grade that the child got, let's say D+, does not determine the potential of that child. It doesn't. But unfortunately, those people at the top, they said you have an A, you have higher IQ, which is wrong. There is no correlation of the two. We know of people who have not gone to schools and they are employing the top brains of this country. At home, najua wengi sana. Yeye amekaa tu anapiga bincha yake, ameemploy wale wewe unasema alikuwa the top. So hii mambo ya potential should not be tied to a grade. An examination is not the right way of testing the potential of a child. It is not. Reason being, when an examination is coming, we have done exams in several areas. Sometimes if the exam fails to cover an area that you have read well, you might perform badly. And if it covers an area that you have, it will pass. So it is not something to measure the capability of a child. Then the content under this is needed to lead industrial internship programs. Si wao ndio wanakuanga mingi because we want to work with them. Hatutaki kutoa mtu, hatufugizi mtu, but we just want, I'm just thinking, these are the chiefs who are thinking loudly. We're just saying this. Then TVETA and VTCs to sign MOUs with sector-specific employers, because eventually you will also have to link up. Then joint monitoring teams. Tukuwe na joint monitoring teams. Like yesterday we were listening to, the presentation of TVETA was about tumesahau. Quality audit. Wale wengine walikuwa na wao peke yao ndio wameenda, si ndio? Na hao wengine wanafanya hivyo, wanaenda peke yao. Na hii ni nchi moja, tungesaidiana, lakini hatusaidiani. We don't communicate to one another. PPP models to inform curriculum revision and resource sharing, because the moment you bring them on board, you will be in a position to know what is required in the market. And then we align our curriculum in line with that. County national alignment in vocational training. Strengthen the county national government linkages. Under that, we can create a county VTC coordination committee under each of the county TVETA offices. Hii ni Kenya moja tu. If we happen, for example, we have VTCs. Na hii institution ni kubwa sana. Mwalimu, this is a very big institution. If a VTC comes to you and tells you that I have this number of learners and I don't have enough equipment, I'm sorry to ask. Wakwambia nipatie session kidogo hapa watoto nijitraini, nitumie facility yako. How will you respond? You always do it. So, hii ni nchi moja. Tusijifungie mahali na tujiumize na tuumize watoto. County representative in NSSC, if this one exists, the National Sector Committee, at least we need to be represented there. Then the TVETA to provide national VTC guidelines, counties to localize the delivery. It's very important. Like for example, the ECDE, we have the act that was enacted by the parliament. And any person who wants to create his own bill will always refer to that one, to customize that one for himself. So it's very important that we have that kind of, and then TVETA to maintain oversight on quality standard regardless of the devolved function. Hata kama ni anita. Si ni nchi moja. We are not policy. What we want is quality for the youth. Monitoring evaluation accountability framework. Tracking progress and measuring impact jointly. I'm 100% sure hawajawahi fanya. Kila mtu anafanya yake. The content under that is to develop a TVETA and VET sector performance dashboard. Hii ingesaidia waziri. If this was developed, waziri angekuwa na shida. When he's even going for a meeting, he can even just generate immediately and move without even having to think about it. Then training uptakes, completion rates, certification outcomes, employment and entrepreneurship tracking, joint annual skills, and involving all 4 agencies. If this can be done, he group yetu ya skills, maneno ingekuwa mzuri. Yeah, okay. Nimeambiwa time, so I will just rush over. Hata siongei. Nimeonyeshwa mkono kali, public sharing of TVETA and VET impact reports. Parting shots ya kuenda nayo nyumbani. When silos break, youth don't just get certificates, they build economic future. Hii silos inatuumiza as a country. Evidence from Kisumu Integrated G2 Digital Hub, DVT structure plus NITA training plus TVETA accreditation. All that is happening in one place. It's a place to learn from. The future of Kenya TVETA and VET lies not in isolated excellence, but in orchestrated synergies, where agencies blend mandates like instrument in a symphony. Asanteni. If I in any way step on any person's toe, nimesema disclaimer. Poleni. Mimi sina beef na mtu. Mine was just to talk on behalf of the chiefs, and that is the talking that we wanted to leave, so that if you can escalate it, well and good. I know even I will have my own report that I talk about Facebook, but and I will try to tag the president, but I don't know kama atasoma. I know some other people are managing his account. I wish angesoma. Hata waziri kama angekuwa, sijaona waziri yake, kama ningeona pia hata report yake niko nayo ya education, Facebook yake inaitwa nini, yote nitawataja. I will tag them. So thank you so much, nimeshukuru.
Thank you very much, Musa. Naona hata ni politician. Nasikia vile wamekupa makofi. Umewasaidia kuongea. And as I said earlier, this is what we are looking for. The solutions are within. We are not going to find them anywhere. And when we talk like that, then we know that all is not lost. Something can be done because it's your observation. And I like that observation that has been candidly given, telling us what we probably have observed that we don't see. And thank you also for giving or showing places where what you're saying works. Good examples, model centers that we can all borrow from, and also what you have said right now that the principal of this institution is doing. We witnessed that, working closely with the Nakuru Vocational Center. So if we can emulate them, then I think would be good. So we are going well, we are lagging behind in time. We had hoped to do the other 2 presentations before the panel, before we break for tea, but apparently time has caught up on us on this very important presentation, which I think has summed up most of what we have been discussing. So I want us to go for tea break. I think we will take 20 minutes so that we are able to manage time. When we come back, we will have very brief presentation by Kati and the private sector, then we shall get into the panel. So if we can manage tea, that would be very good. If we can take 20 minutes, that would be good. So my colleague, Jambi, will handle the next session. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Good morning. We are doing well? Yes or no? Yes. So we are ready for tea? And because the CEOs have done very well, they will have some special tea in the boardroom. That's good? Yeah. Let us give thanks for the cup of tea. Everlasting Father, we thank you this morning. Thank you for the far you brought us. Thank you for the deliberations that we have continued to make, oh God. We pray that you help us, even as we think about our young people and the skills that they need to get. We pray that, Lord, you guide us, Lord, even in the remaining sessions. And this time, Lord, you have provided for us something to eat and drink. We want to receive them with thanksgiving. In Jesus' name, amen. Karibuni.
formats, but I think the second is going to be fairly short, and we have learnt a lot, especially from the private sector, public sector, since we've been here, and I think it's a very good idea also to learn something about the challenges and the lessons that we can borrow from the private sector. We visited a private sector institution and we were overwhelmed by what just one person in this republic can do for the Kenyan children. Through his own implementation, he has churned out 35,000 Kenyans who have gone through the institution that he runs with a team of very supportive people. And we were overwhelmed by what that man alone has done. And for anyone who would have an opportunity, it would be important to visit Muli College and see what we saw. If we just had 10 people, 10 Kenyans who could do that, would probably be eradicating the problem of street children wherever we come from. And without further ado, I would like to invite the representative. I heard it's David from the private sector. Thank you. Are you from Holy College? Ah, wonderful. Yes. You're talking about
Okay, good afternoon. I will not take a lot of time because already I've been given a hint of what we do, but I will mention a few things on the same as we proceed. Now, I also stand here to represent private institutions, especially in terms of challenges. And if possibly those challenges can be minimized, then we can be able to change this country and change even the whole world through imparting of skills to these young people. Now, before I proceed, I want to appreciate TVETA. It is a great honor to actually involve us in this forum. Just getting that invitation only makes us proud and feel as being part of the team. Now, another thing also before I proceed, may I just see by the show of hands if we have anybody from the private institutions, just by show of hands. Do we have people around? I'm only able to see, okay, we have a number of them. That is very good. And I pray that next time, if we have such a forum, we will have a bigger number so that we can also be able to air out our grievances, our challenges, and then we may also be able to learn a lot. Another thing that I want also to us to understand is that it may not appear realistic, but honestly speaking, some of the students that we have in private institutions are even poorer than those that we have in public institutions. That is a fact, and that is what I'm mentioning from experience. So there have been assumption that whoever goes into a private school, private college, then that is somebody who can afford to pay fees, can afford to pay any levies that may be required, which is not true. If you go on the ground, what is happening there is very, very, very different. And therefore, on that note, I appeal through different stakeholders, I appeal to the government, if it is possible, please, let us also be considered when it comes to some of these privileges that are enjoyed by public institutions. For instance, there is an issue of help loans. Help loans, if we are supported through those loans, then we can be able to offer even better services to our young people in this country, as well as placement of students through COOPs. If that can be done, then actually we can be very supportive and we can be able to reduce the number of young people who are roaming on the streets, looking on how they can put something on the table. So if that can be done, we can be very appreciative, and we promise that we will do everything possible to ensure that we offer the best services. Another thing that I'm also appealing is that whenever there's an official communication affecting TVETA institutions, please let it also pass over to private institutions. Let us not get communications from third parties. You find there's some information, an important communication, but you have never received it. You only get the same from possibly a neighboring public institution. I think let us be involved in such a communications so that we may also be able to take appropriate measures, or we may be able to learn. At the same time, I also request that if, especially for capacity building for our trainers and managers of these institutions, as it is done for public institutions, let it also be done for private institutions. Because by the end of the day, we are serving the same Kenyan. And we want to have the same quality Kenyans. That is also our humble request, that if there's something like that, let it be across the board. Then also another thing that I want to mention here that has been a bitter challenge is transition. For instance, some changes come too abrupt, and then they are expected to be implemented, and they have financial implications. For instance, under SIDAC, TVETA SIDAC, initially we had something called Cycle 1. We had Cycle 2. Today we are talking about modularization. So you find one institution has 3 categories of students following different pathways. Like one speaker mentioned here, that creates a lot of confusion within the system and even among the trainees themselves. So my request was that if you have such, then let it be done gradually. I think that can make a lot of sense. Then also another request is that this, of course, through TVETA, there's an element of linking with industries when it comes to training. So some industry players, they are very difficult at times to accept, especially students that come from private institutions. You are asked so many questions. For instance, unaulizwa kama mwanafunzi wenu ataharibu mashini yetu nani atalipa? So they altogether reject those trainees. So it also becomes very difficult for that. So I think those are some of the challenges that face private institutions. If I've left out any, then one of the members or any of the members will have to add on. Now, I want to say something short about Muli College. Muli College is fully sponsored by Muli Children's Family. Muli Children's Family is a charitable children's institution that rescues, rehabilitates, then reintegrates children and young people who come from, I want to call them, very humble backgrounds. Majority are orphans, those who have been abused, those who have been rejected, those who are hovering on the streets of this country, drug addicts, some who are even commercial sex workers, and even some who are divorcees who are suffering outside there. So we bring all of them on board. Now, Modi Children's Family has a number of secondary schools. There, our students go through the formal education through those secondary schools. Then from secondary schools, they are supposed to transit to either university or colleges. But now, unfortunately, it's quite expensive. For instance, taking almost 400 students to universities and colleges at one go is very difficult. And therefore, that brought Professor Charles Muli, the founder, an idea that it is good to have a tertiary college that is sponsored by Muli Children's Family. And that is how Muli College began. It began many years ago as a vocational training center, 2010, but in 2016, it became a fully accredited TVC. Now, as we speak today, you may be surprised, but the fact is that our students, our trainees, don't pay a single coin. And today we have a population of over 500 in campus. All of them are boarders. And they are given everything by Muli Family, sponsored by one person, Professor Charles Muli. Now, how does he manage this? You may be wondering. I would request or advise that you download Muli movie, you will be able to know how Muli Children's Family began. And then, he has what we call a Muli model. If you are interested in it, you are free to visit the institution. Within Muli model, he has put structures on how he is able to raise resources for all these schools, primary schools, secondary schools, and the college. Now we have a number of sustainability programs. We have gone into farming. We have a very large poultry enterprise. We have greenhouses. We have open field farming. We also have a construction section within Muli Children's Family and Muli College. We also have a hospitality department within the same, and many other sustainability projects that are able to actually bring funds or resources that enable the institution to operate. Alongside that, we also have a few friends and well-wishers who come in, and I want to appreciate the county governments for what they are doing today. A few of them are able today to give bursaries to our students. We really appreciate. A few. But our students come from all over. They come from all over. I don't think if there's any single county that has no student whom we have rescued to Muli College and Muli Children's Family. So they come from all over. Therefore, my appeal is that to the national government and the county governments, please support us so that we can be able to train these young people and reduce their number from the streets. You see, like, for instance, yesterday, when you had those demonstrations, it's not that those people who are carrying leaves and everything, it's not that those people were directly, but the problem is they don't have something else to do. That is why you see. And therefore, if you can hold hands, just like Moody College, we can be able to reduce the number from the streets. Otherwise, because of time, if you are interested, you are free to visit Moody Children's Family and Moody College. Moody College is found in Machakos Yata, just opposite National Service. Just past Thika, then you get where Moody College is. I invite all of you. Thank you.
Let's appreciate David nicely. Thank you very much, David. We would encourage each one of you to visit that place, even for your own personal interest. What that man has done, I've not seen anyone else in Kenya do it. I don't want to give any highlights of the issues that he has presented. We've had them before. They are issues that are affecting private sector institutions, and we have taken them down. We've noted them, and as much as possible, we'll push them forward to ensure that they become part of our policy recommendations. And now we have a representative from CATI, Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions. Who is that? Oh, karibu, karibu. Please take not more than 10 minutes. Please. Nataka tulale hapa.
Very unfair to me. Thank you, Madam, for the opportunity given. My name is Rotich Charles, Principal Licensed Technical in Marsabit County. I'm here to represent CATI. I am an official in CATI, Mount Kenya East, as the Chair Sports and Recreation. I've seen Madams here from Meru. We consistently work together in matters of sports and recreation, particularly drama and music. I also serve as the National Secretary, Sports and Recreation Council in CATI. And before I make the presentations, it is in order to recognize also my colleagues that we work together. Those who are there, just the principals, my colleague principals from CATI, just stand. Yes, there we have the officers, the principals from the various TVETA institutions. And among them we have the chair, Madam Ruth from Mount Kenya. She is the chair, CATI Mount Kenya region. Russia. Also Education Committee, Madam from Samburu TVC. And our colleagues, brothers from far and wide. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Our host, our brother Jimoiwa. Thank you so much for Jimoiwa for allowing us to use your facilities. And he's also the chair, CATI South Rift region. Thank you, sir. I want to appreciate the conveners of this meeting for bringing all of us together across the country and across the various levels of training in Tibet. It is a very key moment for us to come together and look from one point of view what is going on in technical training in this country. And as many speakers say, so that we can speak from one common point of view. I would not want to take a lot of time because of the same. All observed, I want to take this opportunity to again thank the TVETA for championing the accreditation and quality assurance issues in the country, and more so now availing the standards free of charge. I know it has been a big issue, accessing some of them, especially when it came to the demand that we have to pay for them. We acknowledge that question, and I want to believe we will need those. I know there are people who may also not know how many standards are there. It's important that you enlist one by one so that we have them in our offices for reference every other time that we are doing these things. Now, from the CATI perspective, there are a number of things that I have brought on board that we present here. One of the issues is the concern for the delay. It's good that the board members of TVETA are here. I know TVETA have been going around doing inspections, audits, and there's a concern that the release of those audits take rather longer time before they can get the feedback. And this impacts also on the institutions, because some of those audits are to inform on the programs that are to be offered. They are to inform on the placement of the trainees. And when they delay in terms of the release of the outcome, then those institutions are not in a position to be able to advertise in their brochures the course, because they don't know whether they have been approved or not. So if you expedite that faster, it's going to assist a long way. And there is need also that this communication is given to KUCCPS who are doing the placement. Because again, when KUCCPS does not receive similar communication, they will not place that program in your institution. That impacts negatively in terms of enrollment. We have now another greater challenge with the modularization issue. There are a number of young institutions, new institutions. Some of them opened their doors this session for trainees. They are yet to complete the registration process, even to register with TVETA, to register with KUCCPS. Here they are students. And here is a modularized program where TVETA again required to register the same trainees for examinations. TVETA will never register because they have not been given that green light from TVETA. So the question is, how effective is that modularization in that particular institution now that they have already students on board? And some of these students were brought through another government program through the Ngao, students have been brought, here they are there in numbers. The demand for modularization. You can look at the scenario of those institutions, and we really pity our colleagues who now are faced in such a situation. So please, we need to have a common approach on the manner in which we are going to do these things. If it is going to take long to accredit, then we can also ask the institution to hold on not to receive the trainees until these other processes are done, because that poses a challenge. Many of the institutions, again, which were opened for the last 1-2 years, are relying again on equipment that is to be provided through the ministry. Many of them have not seen those equipment. And that again poses the challenge in terms of the quality of training that is to be offered in those particular institutions. So we require, I'm saying, a harmonized approach, a whole one government approach to this. Otherwise, we will be having trainees, but without equipment, then the quality of the outcome again is going to be another questionable matter. Still, on the matters of accreditation by TVETA, some of our institutions came from the history of presenting their programs under NEC, the programs under the KICD. With the advent of movement to TVET SIDAC, the same programs again require accreditation. And I'm asking, or we are asking, those programs which were being offered under NEC, if they were artisan programs and they are now level 4, do the accreditation ceases to exist? Those in level 5, those in level 6, because they are more or less the same. The entry point is the same equipment is being used, the same trainers are there. And again, require. The prayer of CATI is for the programs that have been there, let them be equated with the levels that are now in place and be given the corresponding accreditation so that they can move on. There is the aspect, and it's good the board of directors are here. I know I've been engaging some of your staff, personnel, the heads of department. Those times we used to call them monos, and he was my mono. Mr. Thor. We had, my institution, for example, if I can use mine, was given in 2017 a registration. And in the registration, it had an expiry date. And it again took time before our inspection was issued to renew that license. The period of waiting, the question I was asking myself, does it cease to exist because a registration has expired? The argument that we've always had is we distinguish certificate of registration and these other licenses for the programs. Just like other business entities exist. They can be there in record, in file, they have been given a certificate of incorporation. Whether they are operating or not, there's a certificate of incorporation, which should be there. I know the old institutions. Before I went to license, I was in other institutions. There are certificates of registration that exist. Before I joined TVETA, I was in Hapsabet High School. And its certificate still exists up to today from 1925. The same for Kaiboi, where I also was. The only things that are being accredited here, maybe the programs that are taking place, it's important that that is distinguished because it brings an institution into a limbo the moment it expires and there is a process of renewal of the same. That there is need to relook at that. Now, we are all focused on quality. And I don't think there is anybody who is doubtful about the need to have quality programs. But as we say, quality goes with a number of things. It goes with resources, including both financial and human, including the others of the equipment that are there. But there's some bit of disconnect between the efforts towards ensuring quality and also ensuring that these facilitating issues are addressed. The kind of approach that we've had, because I was one of those who was assessed on this. The assessment standards assumes that an institution is, one, have adequate structures, two, it has adequate personnel, there is sufficient resources to undertake all these things. But some of the failures is not our making. Because if we are relying on the government resources, plus a little aid is that we collect, which are not forthcoming, to acquire the equipment becomes a challenge. It requires human resource. It has been mentioned here time and again that the staffing levels are too low for most of the institutions, except maybe my brother Jemoyo and a few other national police and the old TTIs could be well, but still he could tell you they are hiring also equally a very high number. He mentioned that yesterday, to be able to keep the institution running. A small institution does not have the personnel, do not have the money to hire. And we require all these committees, all these structures in place. To bring them into harmony becomes an issue. And I would wish the director, our director, Dr. Ubora, was here, because some of these issues, including staffing, should be approached from a different perspective that is being handled today. Many a times when the officers stand, they are able to say, we have recruited this number of staff from the year 2019 to date. I don't know, about 9,000. But no one is speaking about those who have exited. So we will be proud to say we have recruited 9,000, but out of the previous team, almost half of them have since exited by various reasons, including retirement. No one is speaking about replacement. I would wish that we approach and borrow a leaf, because we are all government agencies. Teacher Service Commission have a program of replacing those who have exited. Public service do not have such. And we are praying in Kati that once the trainers council come in place, that should be part of the processes of replacing the trainees who are exiting, rather the trainers who are exiting, so that we don't wait for another indefinite period of a few other trainers to be added when the institutions are suffering in between. There are those institutions which were established, rather open the other day. Their survival is based on transfer from the existing institutions to those institutions. But it is far insufficient in terms of human resource. That becomes another matter which impedes on the quality that we are talking about here today. Needless to say about capitation flows. In one of the audits by the Auditor General's office, they are saying we have not collected sufficient money. We fail to collect fees, when part of the fee is capitation. Government committed to pay 7,500 per quarter. And you gave us at some point 3,000 out of the 7,500. And the others, 4,500, no one speaks about it. To make it worse, in most cases for the last number of years, quarter 4 funds have never been coming. So as a principal, I would ask myself, how else do I go about collecting the money that the government commits? And the policy has not changed. It remains at that time 30,000 to be given as capitation by government. If I ask a student today, go for the remaining balance, I know some institutions tried and students went on strike. And that is the unfortunate bit that faces some of our colleagues in the institutions. I know there's quite a number of things, but I would want just to speak out on a few others. There was the discussion about even this matter of trainers going for pedagogy. We have rolled out programs called RPL, Recognition of Prior Learning. And we are going about, or rather bringing on board the professionals in the different sectors in the industry on RPL. Some of them in the training cycles, we have had especially trainers who are recruited to teach in hospitality, like hairdressing. And some of them, for them to be absorbed into public service, had to be taken through program for RPL in some of our national polytechnics. In our midst of trainers, we have trainers who have been in the service for 10 years plus. Is it not possible that we also have an RPL program to onboard them on pedagogy? Because they have been teaching all these years. And they have performed very well. I know this is a matter that is created. I would ask one of my colleagues just to mention that, because it's honestly, if we are accrediting and giving certification to the others because of practice, these have also been practicing in their industry within the same institutions. They have been teaching and they have been producing results. So the question would be, if they didn't have pedagogy and they have produced competent individuals to the market, so are they still incompetent in pedagogy? It's good to be honest with ourselves and we harmonize some of these issues so that when we are also bringing on board, and they are even part of those who are going to, they are the ones who are being onboarded for RPL, some of them could go through their hands. I cannot say it better. Yeah, I know our colleagues in the county government have spoken a lot about the students who do NITA, the trade test, and the NAFSET programs. Of course, we receive some of them. I would wish the KNQA was here, because one of the reasons for establishing KNQA was to harmonize and equate such programs for purposes of progression. And when you look at the pathways in TVETA, it has the same issues of recognizing the trade test to be able to get onto the mainstream of other programs along the way upstream. But the harmonization or equation of those programs in the light of day. When I was a registrar at some level, students come with trade test grade 1 and they want to do either artisan or craft. But the program, of course, then was you do grade did he have in his KCSE. KCSE, they will only recognize either KCSE or KCSE. There is no place for even one who has done up to trade test 1. Are we saying this? The same thing has not come out well in the TVETA. Because I've been there many a times again working with those officers. We have these fellows who have come out of vehicle trade test 1 anataka kuendelea. The question is, anaendelea wapi hapa? Those are the questions. And I think we need to address, these are Kenyans. They are our own children, they are our own brothers, they are our own sisters. So we are just telling them, hapo ni mwisho yako, which is not being very fair, when at the same time, on the other part of the lip, we are saying, you can start from class 8 na uende mpaka ukue a professor. And the pathway is inasima hapa katikati. So let us address those issues. As a whole government, it's important that these agencies, I would want to see a time when TVETA, when CEDAC, when KNQA, when all these others are in the same common table and address the common issues so that we harmonize our sector as a country. And even those ones who have gone for a question, I know some of them, for example, those who are applying, those who are done NITA programs, apply to KNQA. I know this, I don't know, there's no one from KNQA here. They should be able to answer these things. They are asked to apply online. And the response on the online is forever being waited for. I went one time with one of the clients, tukaenda online. So I took a number of an officer and said, fine, how long do you think the response can come? Maybe 3 months. 3 months inaisha, 6 months inaisha, unapiga ile application ya huyu ilifika wapi? Ngoja nitaulizia forever. Please, we're doing a lot of disservice for the Kenyans when that is realized. And in these quality assurance issues, I know it is the responsibility of TVETA to do that. Now, those of us in Kati, we also have another wing of quality assurance. Curriculum support officers are there also, doing the same things that you do. So the question we're asking is, we have now different arms doing the same thing, duplication of work. And some of these offices, when they are created, and I would wish our director was here, because I think that should be a matter to him. When you create an office, a function, we do expect that resources are committed to that function. Because you create offices, and the same offices are to be shouldered by the institutions. So the same capitation we are crying for, bado inaenda tu bado hapo. On a matter that you also come and do. That is duplication. Much as I understand the aspirations that we implement the modular programs, but at the same time at the cost of the same institutions, which is burdening our institutions more deeper to the same. I would wish all these things are harmonized so that when you have the same spot checks on the implementation, it is done from one direction. And let us harmonize, like our colleague who had just left, let's harmonize the policies to avoid putting stress to institutions. You modularize, and you are required to onboard everybody onto modularization programs. When we have clearly trainees whom we admitted on a different program, and like I've been saying personally, when you admit a student, you issue an admission letter. The admission letter specifies how long the student is to be in the institution. It specifies the examination bodies which are there. It specifies the fee that the trainee is supposed to pay. And when a new thing comes on across and you want to check, it's a social contract that we engage with not only the trainee but to the parents. I was telling my colleagues, I pray that the students don't take us to court. To say, when you admitted, we signed this form. The parents signed this, they also signed as a student, and we signed as an institution. And now you are changing midway. The more difficult part is when you are required to onboard a trainee in cycle 1 onto a modularized program. Jamani, hii utaweka wapi? There is food for thought for the officers who bring these issues. And as we modularize these issues, let us also be alive to the fact that we have some of the programs which are, those training in nutrition and dietetics have their own agency, and which the TVETA usually asks us, where is a license from the same institution, who regulates? Now when you want to modularize, the same agency is not in the same line of thinking. they have a different approach. The same for about modularization. The same for the Kenya medical programs. Because the Kenya medical, they say you cannot just do a small piece. A student is expected to have a whole picture on the matter that they are going to deal with, because it's a whole life. So that's what I'm saying, because all these others are also government agencies established by law. It is good to create a harmonized approach across all those institutions. And you see, this harmonization also poses issues of fees. If you want a student to come in 3 months wanatoka, and they are free to go. They are free to go. I'm finishing. Fees is charged for a whole 1 year. The government structure that gave for the TVETA, public institutions, the 67,189 is for a whole 1 year. Now, when we modularize and we say a student come and they can run away with that small piece in 3 months, what fee are we charging? Is there any other policy on fees? None, as we speak. So these things have to be harmonized again to work through, as so said. Thank you. I don't, because of interest of time, the issues are many, but I will tweet in the interest of time to leave at that. Thank you. My colleagues would have wished, our colleagues would say, please allow us to re-emphasize. I would wish you great.
What we could do, let's first appreciate him. Thank you very much. He has represented the others very well, and if there are still more issues, those issues can be sent to us. We have a team sitting here. Those issues can be still sent to us that way. And any other issues that have not been presented here, we can still do that. I'm not going to underscore anything that has been said, because we are doing very badly for time. I just request that we listen to just one last presentation under this session from the Regional Director of the State Department for TVETA, Madam Rosemary Kimani. Karibu.
Okay, thank you very much. As you have been told, my name is Rosemary Kimani. I'm the Regional Director of TVETA, Central Rift Valley Region, in charge of Nakuru and Baringo counties. So may I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Nakuru, the county of unlimited opportunities, and TVETA space being one of the opportunities. And I must say that speaking after so many candid and bold presentations that have been made, actually I'm going to take what we can call broad-based. And I'm talking about broad-based because our office is actually a support office for all the agencies. In my office and the office of other regional directors who gave an apology because of the NEC briefings that are going on, the NEC examinations briefing are going on this week, and therefore they were not able to attend. So they gave an apology that is from South Rift, Mr. Peter Cheriot, we have David Nganga and Mr. Ugut. So I am here to represent them and of course say what we go through in our offices. In our office, we receive the public. We are also housed in the regional commissioner's office, where all other offices are located. So anything to do with the TVET lands in our office. So we represent TVETA, KNQA, TVET, CDAC, State Department, name it, even some about NITA, about all the agencies, they land in our offices. And what we do, we are like a link to those agencies. So when we receive something about TVETA, we of course escalate it to TVETA if we are not able to sort it out. And now, because this meeting has been organized by TVETA, maybe I can just say some issues that we receive from the members of public and the other departments. Some of them have been said, and I'm not going to really elaborate so much, but there is an issue of private colleges. One day I saw a group of people, and they came to my office. There were so many, and I asked them what they wanted. They told me they are from the human rights group. And so I told them I need only to speak to about 3 of them. And the issue of concern is about the mushrooming of many colleges, especially in Nakuru. Some of the colleges, they are registered. And once they are registered, I understand what they do. Maybe they borrow items or equipment from other places. So after you come and accredit them, then if you come after some time, you'll find those rooms are empty. Those equipments that you had left are no longer there. So they were saying that maybe on the side of TVETA, there is need to follow up. And of course, they also said that the quality assurance, especially for private colleges, is not felt on the ground, because the institutions, once accredited, when you come back, you do sampling. So when you can find that some of the institutions have never been sampled, and therefore there is no quality assurance. Another suggestion, maybe this one from us, the regional county directors, is if we could have the private colleges registered county-wise, such that if I'm asked how many private colleges are there in Nakuru, I'll be able to get that information very fast. But now if they are all listed at the same time, to go through checking which one is in Nakuru, which one is in Baringo, and so on. The other issue that has been mentioned is about the FTCs. I must say that in our county, especially Nakuru, we work well with our FTCs. In fact, I must appreciate the county government of Nakuru. When they have issues of their FTCs, they normally invite us. And even at one time, in fact, the governor tells me, come and tell people the opportunities that are there in TVET. So meaning that we are working together in harmony. Some of our institutions, like this institution, Rift Valley National Polytechnic, is mentoring some of the FTCs. And also in Baringo County, I know Mogotio is being mentored by Eminem. We also have at the far end, TVET. The TVET Vocational College and the TVET North Rift TVCs are collaborating very well. So what I can tell the FTCs is that we are ready to work with you, we are ready to mentor you, we are ready to share resources. So you are welcome anytime you need us to come together and collaborate, you are most welcome. The other issue is about registration of institutions. So that one I've been able to handle because I know your personnel who handle different issues. If it is compliance, I know the person who is in charge. And I normally escalate that if we are not able to solve it. So, issue of registration and giving the TVETA number, that one there has been maybe some concern, because as they try to register, sometimes they are not able to go through. Also, registration of the institutions, they come there complaining about delay. Some of them, in fact, they even tell me, let us open the computer and then you show me how we are going to register. Of course, we don't do that, but we normally guide them on how to carry out registration. So, I had something about competition of trainees. This one we have, there is nothing we can do about it, because even our TVCs, they face the same problem. If you are here, if you come to Rift Valley National Polytechnic and you go to another smaller TVC, definitely they are going to choose Rift Valley National Polytechnic. So that one, what we have done, we have embarked on very aggressive marketing, of course with the GAL, and even those TVCs that didn't have students, now they have students. One example is here, Joro, which didn't have, of course most of them were coming to Rift Valley National Polytechnic, but now Joro is going to a tune of 1,500 from about 200 trainees. So it is about how you market yourself, and that one we have no control. What I can say about communication, kindly, the government agencies, like TVETA, you did the audit, as in the regional directors, we are not aware, kindly let us know, just informing us, be courteous enough, tell us, we are carrying out an audit in your region, so that we are aware. I have seen the basic education, imagine, and we are not part of them. When they are coming for any audit, they normally call us and we have a joint venture together. So we ask you that maybe let us know when you are doing what. Lastly, I want to say that about the modularized curriculum, this is a government directive, and for us, we are to ensure that the modularized curriculum is implemented, and therefore even the FTCs that would wish to get this curriculum, we can always link them to the relevant bodies. So with those remarks, I want to say that Dr. Opwora had said that he'll be coming back, but because he has gone to Bahati, there is a TVC there, and we were expecting him back. But in case you don't see him, you can give us the recommendation. We are going to escalate them to his office so that he can make a report to the PS. And I also want to mention that the FTCs, you have a director at the headquarters called Engineer Moi. And so some of these issues, kindly you can also reach to him. If you need his contact, we can assist you, because as I have said, we are actually broad-based. We receive everyone, and we are very happy to support the State Department of TVET. With those remarks, thank you very much, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Asante sana, Madam Rosemary. Let's appreciate her again. And with that, we want to appreciate all the presenters who have made presentations this afternoon. Since we came back for this session, and even before, they have been very informative. And we want to appreciate them, and also appreciate us, because when we came from our tea, we could have gone to sleep. But everyone was alert. I was throwing my eyes around, and everyone was focusing on what was going on. So we want to appreciate ourselves and the presenters. Can we do that with a clap for ourselves? Asanteni sana. Now I want to invite Phoebe to take us through Dr. Wanyeki to give us guidance on what happens from here.
Thank you very much, Director Njambi. Makofi kwa Director. Okay, thank you very much. That was very informative. That's why we are calling it stakeholders engagement. We listen to stakeholders. Sometimes when we are in our boardroom in Nairobi, we assume everything is okay. Kumbe kwa ground mambo ni tofauti. So this is the time we get to engage with the stakeholders and listen to the ground. At this point, we want to have our panel discussion. And almost all the questions have already been posed, so it will be quite easy. I would like to invite the discussant. Phoebe, you can put it up there so that they can be very visible. You can you can assist in moving the system. When we are ready, we are going to have a panel discussion from Kenya School of TVETA. Then we'll have the representative from HELP. Who has a representative from TVETA Authority, Director Bibiana. So I think the podium is ready. We can have the representative from Case TVET going to the podium. Asante sana mwalimu. The representative from HELP. Thank you very much, sir. And the representative from TVETA Authority, Director Bibiana. Then we can have some mics being provided for our panelists. Let us have some mics being provided for our panelists. So that I'm sure I'm not leaving anyone out. Is there anyone who has come to represent Ken QA? Maybe arrived when you were on session. Okay. Do we have anyone representing TVET SIDAC? Okay. Oh, do we have anyone representing COOPS? COOPS also was invited. Anyone representing National Research Fund? Okay. The COG, and a representation from COG, also invited. Okay, if we have none, then we are sure we are not leaving anyone out. Then we can quickly go into our session. Most of the questions have already been posed. So I'll ask the first panelist who is coming from Higher Education Loans Board to start this session by first telling us your names, introduce yourself, introduce the organization you are working for, and also in the same breath, a few things have been talked about HELP, and of importance is a possibility of partnership between HELP and the private sector, so that the students joining private TVET institution can benefit from higher education loan. We know the one joining university, they benefit for the same facility. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Kingori Degwa. I'm at the head of Leading at Health. The Higher Education Group was established through an Act of Parliament in 1995, and we have been giving loans. We started by giving loans to public universities, then we moved to private in 2006, in 1997. Then we went to TVETA in 2013, and we are giving them both loans, scholarships, and some little money for upkeep. From the discussion I had here, there is an issue of funding. Number one, the way we are structured is that we report to PSs. We report to the PS for higher education, and also PS for State Department for TVETA. The scholarships is given, or what we are calling capitation, should come from the State Department for TVETA. But there has been a problem like the principal, very sad, where you find institutions have not been funded or irregular funding, especially on the scholarship part. We normally process the scholarship for the State Department, then we just give them the list, this is the list, you can pay. But I think there has been some issue in mobilizing resources from the National Treasury. I think this year they have not received any money. Just like we are so many organizations landing alone with our mandate, but I think if we collaborate, we can make a lot of money. When I go to some of the schools, they complain that there are too many visitors who be given tea and snacks. So today is KEBS, tomorrow is TVETA, the other day is health, the other day is an auditor from the ministry, the other day another organization. So we can coordinate so that also they can also have some space to receive us. Number two, there is a request from KNAP. I don't know whether that's the correct name. And we have been engaging with KNAP for a long time. There was this lady, I think she was the director of Ebu College, has written to us a petition. She has come, we have discussed. We have given her what we think. Remember, government resources are growing at maybe 1% per year. I think if it ever grows by more than 1%, maybe 4%. But the mobilization we are doing for universities and TVETA is growing at a geometrical rate, especially for TVETA. I am getting 100,000 new students on the funding model from the public TVETA. Remember now they are about 230. Every one of them, I have a minimum of 500 students coming from there. Actually, in my funding program, I have about 450,000 students on TVETA, and maybe another 300,000 from university. Almost now going to 750. This year, the target is 1 million. Now, what am I trying to say? That resources are constrained. We are not growing resources. Remember in Kenya, and I think we are very fertile people. We are 1.2 million children are being born every day. The government must take care of them. They must go to a hospital, to a school. They must be protected. KDF must keep the terrorists away. A road must be built. Water must be flowed. So all these activities are competing for the same fiscals, which is not growing. So, but I've seen a lot of money in the market if we coordinate. For example, we do not fund KMTCs, although we fund them. We don't fund, although we fund. How do we do it? What we have done, we have mobilized what we call sector funds. In KMTC, we had a sector fund called Afya Elimu, which was funded by USAID. But USAID pulled out after training about 25,000 nurses and clinical officers, which was just before COVID. Actually, that is what saved us when COVID came. It's like they knew COVID is coming. So when the father left, KMTC students did not have money. But we approached KMTC and told them, can we create a fund for you, which you are going to fund at a small rate, maybe 10 million, 20 million per year? And KMTC agreed. Actually, for KMTC, we do like a merry-go-round. They get their payroll, money for their payroll. They gave, like now they give us on Monday, and they want us to give the money to the students, and then pay back before 28 so that they can pay their salaries. We have done that with so many institutions, including the Maritime Academy in Mombasa. We have mobilized money from KMA. Now, I want to come to the private. Private colleges have approached us, and we have given them the same model. We have Kenya School of Professional Studies. It is a private institution. They gave us money, which we give to their students. And that's a private organization. So where we have scarce resources, I think we need to go into some of those routes. Give us your money. If you are a private college, we will manage it for you. There is a small interest. We'll charge you about 4%. If you want us to charge 10% so that you can also get a balance, that can happen. So for private sector, and that is the response even the ministry has given to them, is that we go the third way, either with individual colleges or maybe the ministries which are hosting those institutions. We don't fund so many institutions, Akina Bukula, Akina Kibit, Kenya School of Science. These are government institutions we don't fund, but because there is no money at the fiscus. And if there is no money at the fiscus, there is money down there. We have investors who have money in the bank. That money, just give it to us, and we manage it for you. We have the machinery to recover. We have the transparency. We help. There has never been any element of money lost, ever. I've been there for 27 years. I'm like one of the fixed assets there. We will manage it for you. So that is the answer I have for Kenya, but should the situation improve, we'll open up for everybody. Again, there is also a policy direction from the ministry where they guide us. Now move, fund TVET. If tomorrow they tell us fund TTCs, we'll do that. The other day they tell us fund the private, we'll do that. All these guys are Kenyans and they deserve access to quality education. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response, and we believe that further to it, where you ended, you have indicated that you usually receive a policy directive from the ministry on who to fund. When you go back, you can promise our stakeholders that you are still going to reintroduce the discussion to your board, since there is a ministry representative there who might also report back for policy directives in future. Thank you very much for that. Now we'll move to Kenya School of TVETA. Thank you for coming. We'll be requesting that you introduce yourself, give the functions of the organization you work for, and among other things that I know you have noted that came from the floor, there is what was presented by Kati. Is there a possibility of using RPL to the current trainers that are practicing in TVET institution? Karibu sana.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Thomas Kitonyi, Deputy Principal, Kenya School of TVET. Of TVET started in 1979. As Kenya Technical Teachers College. In 2016, it's changed its name to Kenya Technical Trainers College. And in 2022, through a legal notice, it became Kenya School of TVET as a state corporation. The mandate of the school is to train or develop technical trainers for all TVET institutions in the country, and also with a mandate to ensure continued professional development of all the trainers that are in service. I would want to address the issue of RPL, but before that, somebody I had noted, and also I think it's Mr. Koech, and also asked about the issue of reaching out to all parts of the country through campuses. Maybe I would want to address that also. And it's good to mention that the Presidential Working Party education reforms a year ago, it actually made recommendations that the school opens campuses across the country, and 5 regions had been earmarked. The coastal region, Mount Kenya, Rift Valley, the western, that is Western and Nyanza, and then of course with the main campus in Nairobi. And so far we have one campus which is almost ready, that is at Moiben. That will be the first campus. And this was a facility being constructed by the Minister of Education, basic education, to be a teacher training college. And in 2020, it was handed over to the State Department of TVETA, which has assigned it to Kenya School of TVETA as its first campus. And as we open the campuses, it's good to explain that we will not be able to provide all programs in every campus. We shall specialize depending on the interest of the region. Like in Moiben, we have earmarked it for health, applied sciences, and agriculture. When we go to coast, we shall consider probably marine and related programs. And we'll do that as we open others. I had, okay, maybe I go. We are good to go. But what I want to assure you is that although these are trends, that have not been with us. Of course, even at Kenya School of TVET, it is not every trainer who can course that takes 6 months. The diploma is meant for those who have a diploma and above. A certificate is for those with crafts who may be mainly in our VTCs. But of course, there are those who have higher qualifications and opt for the certificate, which is still fine. Besides that, as I've said, we have continuous professional development programs, many of them. So you pick, or if you are interested in discussion, we probably enhance value in depending on your needs. We pick one and agree on how we do it. And these are programs that run for 1 week or 2 weeks. So like the CPET training, the RPL, the competence-based assessment, and others. I hope that's a good brief.
Thank you very much. When we come back to you, we'll be maybe seeking clarification on this. A trainer who has been practicing for 20 years, but he has not attained pedagogy, is not a trained trainer. Will he still take the same duration as a fresh graduate who has not practiced, or RPL can be used to do exemptions? That one is when we come back to you. Now we move to TVETA Authority. Director Bibiana, you will introduce yourself and maybe a brief of what the authority does. And most of the concerns that have been raised concerning the regulation is the period that we take to provide feedback from our various audits, from accreditation, quality assurance. What's your take on it?
Thank you. My name is Bibiana Otieno, Acting Director, Accreditation and Outreach Services. In TVETA Authority, just as we've been talking about since yesterday, we coordinate training in our TVET sector. The organization develops standards that we expect institutions to use. We accredit programs, we accredit trainers, and we also accredit institutions. We also carry out quality assurance in all our TVET institutions to ensure that we comply with the set standards. We also carry out capacity building to ensure that all our TVET institutions are at par with what is required sector. Under strategy and research, we also ensure that we develop policies to our institutions as well as out research in various areas of the TVET sector. So on to what Dr. Wanyike said on the timelines. In terms of accreditation, when we accredit, an institution applies for accreditation within that particular to ensure that that institution is assessed. We acknowledge by letting you know that there will be a team visiting your institution for assessment. Once that team has done the assessment, they come back, prepare the report, analyze it, and take it to the board. Our board meets once a quarter. In every quarter, our board meets only once. So like this fourth quarter, our board will be meeting mid-July. So that is when we present all our for approval. The approval, it is we now write and submit. Those who require licensing, we also ensure that their licenses are updated. Same applies to quality assurance, where we carry out quality audits within that particular quarter. So a report is also prepared to the board. Our report is also prepared to the board for that particular quarter and submitted for approval. So once that is done is when now we present all the reports back to the institution, the feedback, the findings to the institutions. So the delay may not be that we have taken too long, but our board sits once in a quarter. So I don't know whether the board would review their sittings so that they can do it more than once. That again would require a lot of consultation, I think, with staff, if they could be allowed to meet more than once in a quarter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. While we'll be getting questions from the floor, maybe we'll have the board members of TVETA Authority or maybe weigh in on what Director Bibiana has responded, and also was the issue of expiry of registration and the period between which it has expired and it accredited again and given a fresh registration. That window, did it operate illegally in case graduation took place? Do we recognize those certificates that were issued during that period? We'll also be asking the board to respond to it, but towards the end so that you can also respond to other emerging issues. Karibu sana Daktari Opora, apewe maji. Akimaliza kunywa maji sipu mbili, nimemwamkia kiti yangu hapa. Karibu sana. Now, if I interpreted my job description quite well in the conference plan, I was called a facilitator. That means mine is to facilitate. I have done the introductory bit. I don't want to pump. I know your concerns. I want to open this section to the floor. So mine will be getting questions and facilitating to direct the question to our panelists. So someone to assist me with a roving mic. Any question to our panelists, including our very own PS representative, Director Opora. Yes, there is a question from...
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Dr. Long. This may be a question, but I'm happy Dr. Opora is in the house. I have a concern about non-compliance with our constitution, and it is affecting most of our panelists there, particularly the person from Higher Education Loan Board. I hope we have a lawyer in the house. If we don't, I am not one, but I am a student of law. There is Article 27, Clause 2 and Clause 4. Article 27, Clause 2 and Clause 4. The main issues in Clause 2 and the issues in Clause 4 revolve around equality and discrimination. So that Article 27 is about equality and discrimination. To the Higher Education Loan Board, I know you are aware that we have students who are TVET students. Programs they are going through have been accredited by the authority, and these students are housed in public institutions. Those public institutions, we call them university TVET centers. None of these students are funded. Their counterparts who are under the University Act, Cap 210B, are well funded. They share resources in terms of learning equipment. Sometimes they even share resources in terms of curriculum implementers. I don't know whether loan board, education loan board, has ever worried itself that these are Kenyan students learning in public institutions, placed by a team that never came. I wanted also to ask them the same question, COOPs. These are students placed by COOPs. They could be brothers and sisters. One goes to Kabete, well-funded, 67,000. The other one goes to Machakos TVET Center, zero funding. The other one goes to Multimedia TVET Center, zero funding. Same government, same regulator, same placement body. This violates Article 27, Clause 2. That can be noted even if you don't give me an answer. We are aware we are operating illegally in certain aspects and we stand accused. The last one, still for that, is Article 4. This now is even restraining our own government, which we love, that the government is prohibited from discrimination through policies. Article 27, Clause 4. Our own government, which we love, is prohibited by law, our own constitution, from indirect discrimination. They call it so. Indirect discrimination through policies. Where do we sit? We as an authority, you as help, the others as cook. We need to think faster and help our own government to correct this anomaly, which is a major gap in law. The last one is to the county governments. The same article accuses the county governments. You have funds, it has come to you. You give it to early childhood. You deny the BTC. You are still violating the same Article 27. It's a point that we need to see how to come in as government agencies to correct for the benefit of our Kenyans. Lastly, it should be noted that that anomaly may affect access to TVET training institutions. And likely, if we affect access, we compromise on student numbers, and many more youth idle there in the streets and in our local villages. You can make a choice to answer this, but it is information, the way I look at it. Actually, it is information. So all of us are guilty of it. So each of us, we have roles to play. Let us start thinking so that we can inform the government to see how to embrace some policies that can favor this or can help us not to violate Article 27. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer. That reminded me of the story we were learning about the hare and the stone. When the hare asked the stone many questions and there was no response, then he decided to say, "Hata ukinyamaza umesikia." So at least when you said, even if you don't receive the answer, they have heard. We are continuing to take questions. Yes, Director Hassan.
Thank you, Dr. My name is Hassan Simba, one of the board members of TVET Authority. This is not a question, but probably a contribution or suggestion, food for thought. As we are engaging the trainers on pedagogy, and now that we don't have the regional campuses ready, can we think about an online program or integrated way of training these trainers who find it difficult to reach Nairobi? probably we could start with a pilot with courses or programs that are not technical based, like the business courses, the ICT courses and the like. And we are moving towards much integrated training, more than the physical classes. So this is something that we must think about, and if we are to be leaders in this industry, we have to lead by example. And I think this is one way where we can assist our trainers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question?
Thank you. Mine is an observation or food for thought for that case, that I advocate for the vocational training centers. Is it possible to also have the help loan, for instance, taken down to vocational centers to help them even in putting examination? In line with the word that is being used, like discrimination, but I don't want to use it, that if this fund, that is the Higher Education Loan Board, is giving loan to the universities, they've also brought it to TVETA institutions like the National Polytechnics, or even students going to TVET from COOPs. But now they've also stopped there. We also ask that even if they can give a small amount to vocational training centers, because down there the students are also needy. And on the same note, why can the name help be rebranded to reflect accessibility for loan for all the students in training institutions? Meaning this, we call it Higher Education Loans Board, but you still give loan to TVET institutions. And then, under the Ministry of Education, we have 3 state departments. The State Department for Higher Education. We also have the State Department for TVET and the State Department for Basic Education. Now with the help loan, which is for higher education, but it's also giving students to TVET, why can't it have a name that can give funds as loan to all the students who are living in this country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take those, then we'll have a second round where we'll start with Bwana Mugaka so that we don't get lost. At this point, I welcome Director Opora. Now you can join us. You have taken a deep breath. There were some few questions that were asked in your absence. One was on the issue of trainer, employment of trainers, that we have always been indicating that we have employed 9,000 new trainers. That's just an example. But we are not taking care of the natural attrition, those who have left. So maybe out of the 9,000 that we have employed, 6,000 left. So it remains that we have employed 3,000. The question was, can State Department consider also doing replacement so that there's employment of new trainers and also replacement of those who have left service due to natural attrition? So as you come forward during your time, you'll be able to respond to that. Now, I'll ask to start with Bwana Kingori. You have been asked 2 questions if I summarize. One, I'll ask you, are you violating the Constitution? 2, have you developed policies that are discriminatory? And 3, is there a possibility of rebranding help so that it can, you have expanded your mandate. Earlier on, as indicated, you are only providing loans to university students, and the name was indicating. But now you have expanded the people that you are offering loan. Is there a possibility of rebranding and also having the TVET students joining Vocational Training Center benefit from the help? Can get the mic from Thomas and then proceed.
Let me start with the easiest, the planning. Thank you for that observation, but we are still higher education.
TVETA in the higher education sector. So even if if you want us to go to basic, then we should be entering maybe somebody else mandate. But the question also asked about the vocational centers getting loans. It's something that we can discuss with the counties. Because you see, like Nakuru County is transferring 130 million to VTCs. That money can be used in a more sustainable manner if you make them loans. Because loans will be paid, and the ones exiting pay for the ones who are joining. But when you do a sick fund, that is not going to happen. Sustainability issues every year, you have to go to government to ask for money every year. And like I said, at the rate that we are giving back, we do not match resources with that. And we are not leaving a lot because the number dying is about 399 per year. So there is an issue of resource costing there, and we need to look at it. But a very good idea. If we can go the route of loans, where we can have Nakuru County tell us, take this 100 for your TVET. We will be very efficient because the closing will be centralized, and we have a very good IT system that is able to identify the most vulnerable. Discrimination, I'm not aware. But we have been charged by 2 institutions, and we were taken to court. The case is ongoing. My initial ruling is that we were violating the Constitution. But I did answer that question, so I don't know whether we are violating it, but that's what the judge said. Otherwise, it's good observation. I've never had it come from the public. You're the first one, and I'm very sure. In fact, if I get a chance, I'll lobby you to join our board. Some board members are retiring. Okay, thank you.
Director, you have just earned yourself a job. I'll go to Director Opora. There is the question that I'd asked you, so you will kindly introduce yourself, maybe the function of the State Department, and the issue of staffing, and from there we'll pick it up. Karibu.
Okay. I don't know how they introduce themselves, but my name is Dr. Mesha Opora, Director of the State Department for TVET. I've been in the TVET for a long time, and even the question that he's trying to answer, I must be one of the contributors when it started. And it's good to give the history, because history is very good. You can understand what's going on, because people are coming in without knowing what's happening. So we are talking out of not having knowledge. And I will wish that even the ones who talk to court, I should also be contribute to that court so that they can understand. Yeah, in this country, we operate on budgets. And the Ministry for Education has a ceiling and general budget. So every state department is given their own budget. For TVET, we have our own budget. Higher education, basic education, their own budget. And every state department has institutions. We have state agencies, and we have also institutions. Ukienda kwa university, they have universities and their institutions. Ukienda kwa TVET, we also have our institutions. Inakuanga hivyo. Now, what we used to do in our budget, we used to have money we used to call grants to our institutions. And these were this institution, the National Polytechnics, whatever, we used to give them grants. But it came a point, I'm happy from what you have just said. We asked, if we keep on giving them these grants, how efficiently can you use the grants instead of just giving the institution the grants? That's a ndikakuwa, can we look for a way? That's how it came to. We approached HELP. HELP was not sponsoring TVET in any way. We approached HELP, and they agreed that they can disburse for us this money that we are giving our institution for grants. Sasa ipewane kama loan. That's how it came about. So when we started that way, other institutions like now the vocational need, they also asked the same, and we told them, also give your money to help. They can also disburse for you, and the help is open. What were medical, they also came to us. They say, we hear that now you are getting money from help. We told them, go and disburse your money to help. Medical wanapeana. So now, help is just helping us manage our funds individually. For the State Department for University Education, they also have their money. But when they are giving the help, they are not telling help to give their TVETs in the State Department. But you see, we cannot move money from this State Department to another State Department. So it is the PS and the people in the university education who are supposed to disburse to those TVETs in their State Department. Now, other State Department, not the Ministry of Education, they're also doing the same. I am a member of Bukura board, and when you are Bukura Agriculture Training Institute, we said we are also going to approach help. So we are approaching him. Yes, we have already done that. Now Bukura is going now to give help some money so that they can help them to disburse to their students. And other ministries are now doing the same. Where is the discrimination? Where is it? Do we now get our budget and supply everywhere? It can't happen like that. If you are a private institution and you also want your money to be handled by help, Payana help, there will be money for your institution. That's what he's telling you. So I was part of the policy, and I understand how help is working. So help is just getting from whoever wants, and that one has idea to disburse and collect that money so that it can a revolving fund isikuwe tu ya siku moja, lakini itasaidia mpaka milele. Sindio? So I would have loved that whoever took to court, they would have also asked for a statement. And that statement will solve the issues, because I understand very well where you're coming from. Tukisema tuachane na help, like now we go the way we used to do. I keep on now disbursing to my own institutions. Swali itakuwa nini sasa? Hakuna. So people are asking this question many times because of lack of knowledge. And the Bible says clearly, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. They don't know. Now for trainer employment, this is something that we are so excited in the State Department. We have fought a lot, and now we have been employing, and I know we have natural attrition. This issue has come up, we have discussed, and this year, as we shall be employing, because we have a budget also, we shall be employing, we shall also be replacing. So you may find that the numbers that we are getting will be more. And even the previous years, we have been doing the same thing, but now maybe people don't understand. Because when you are advertising for employment and put positions, do you write there this one for replacement and this one just new employment? Unaandikaje? So you just say, I'm advertising for trainers position. In engineering, civil, this number. That's what we write. We may not write and say, these ones are for replacement. These ones, ni ile pesa ambayo tumepata. We don't do that, but we are replacing. So you'll find that in the State Department ourselves, we are not complaining. We are making sure that the trainers are increasing in number. That's why the ones who came from TSC, around 6,000. We have employed 3,000 more. We are now at 9. None tumepoteza gani? Where have you lost? We came, there were 6. We have employed now 9. There are still 9. Sasa.
Thank you, Director. Maybe to inform members, the Director is also a pastor in another life. That's why he's quoting the Bible. Maybe before you pass the microphone, there was also another question on delays on disbursement of scholarship, that it has taken almost 4 quarters, and members will wish to know when are they likely to receive the disbursement on scholarship.
Okay, thank you. Members are also aware that these scholarships we had a contention in court, and this was public. Ni kama kila mtu alisikia hii. Ama there is nobody here who heard of that. We have had a tough court case because we had already prepared everything. Sasa wakati kwenda kudisburse, somebody went to court and it was blocked. And when it was blocked, we have gone through the court until recently. The court ikaweka chini so that we can do what? Now we can disburse. That was the delay. And when they did that, at that time they are doing it, there was no money ready. Najua in government, we depend on exchequer. Pesa inatoka kwa exchequer. It's normally collected by KRA, inawekwa hapo, and then watu wana apply, inakuwa dispersed. Now when we are coming late, and the exchequer has gone primary in other needs, lazima tungoje. That's why it has delayed. So, but the main issue was the court case. Otherwise, previously, we have never had such a problem until the courts came in to stop us. But our institution will get their money.
Okay, thank you. At least now there is hope that the institution will get, since now the courts have made their ruling. We go to case TVETA. There was one question from Director Hassan on the possibility of offering pedagogy online so that you can reach the far-flung areas that don't have good access to Nairobi. Your take on it, Mr. Thomas.
Yes, thank you. Maybe before I respond to Hassan, there was the issue of RPL. And so far, we have not applied RPL in training of our trainers. But what we have received a number of applications from those who have been certified through RPL, who want now to be trained to become trainers. And we have been very careful on this. I don't remember any case that we have admitted so far, because we believe, of course, when you are certified through RPL, it may be good for the industry, but to be a trainer, we also need to be careful. We look at the background, because we are going to train our children out there. So it has been a bit of a challenge there, because many want now to become trainers, yet we want to look at a wider scope before we admit such a case. But now in the case of those who have been teaching for many years and they want to maybe given some credits through RPL so that they can get shorter time, that is a possibility. Though we have not taken any so far, but it's a possibility. We have about 30 units in the program for diploma, so it is possible. When we look at the spectrum of the 30 units, to agree through assessment, of course, on what we can accept. And I think if we are to do that, we shall also liaise closely with TVETA so that we agree because of the quality. So we have not admitted any case so far. The issue now, it's also good to mention that in our diploma program, we train for 3 terms in 1 year. In those 3 terms, the second term is pure online. Nobody comes to the campus. We have capacity to train online throughout. In all the 3 modules, we have capacity. The only problem is we have units that require interaction because they are skilled areas. There is some micro-teaching to do. These people have to practice a bit, and we model our training in such a way that we create a scenario like what you will face out there, and we need you with us. So we usually have picked some units that we can comfortably train online, and we have left the others for 2 terms to interact with the trainees. Of course, this can be still evaluated with time to see if it's possible to add another term, but so far we are doing 1 term. We also train in the regions. The fact that we don't have campus doesn't mean we can't come to you. We have trained many programs outside Nairobi. The short courses are almost all of them trained outside because we go to the regions and we use existing institutions, including this one. Last week we were here. I think this from April we have been with Mr. Chemoiwa here almost throughout training, and we have gone to other places for short courses. Now for the long courses, for us to come to you, you need to raise the quorum, you need to have the facilities, and you need to support us financially, because we need our trainers to be with you for a long time. We have done this with Bandari, because they were able to meet those conditions. We have done it for Boma in hospitality, but that is in Nairobi. It was very comfortable for both of us. So those are possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take the final round of questions. Mogaka hand was up, but I want to make a plea, then we'll come to director here, then the CEO. But when Kati were making their presentation, they said several times that they wished Director Opora was here. Now he's here. So also I'm expecting those questions that were you raised and Director was not present. Also, you can rephrase them in question. Then you ask during, you'll be the last one. So we start with Mogaka, we come to Director Gashisho, then the Chief Officer, then you.
Okay, thank you.
Then we'll go to Philip.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. Thank you, honorable guests. My question goes to our representative of the Higher Education Loans Board, and it is based on the legal issues surrounding the disbursement of these funds. I have looked at the Higher Education Higher Education Act, Loans Act, and Section 6G. It only says it will fund students who are pursuing higher education. The question is, are FETCs part of higher education? Based on that, in our act, the TVETA Act, which gives us the mandate to be here and do all these overall services to our clients. In TVETA Act Section 47, it says there shall be established fund to be known as Technical and Vocational Education Fund. The object and the purpose of the fund shall be to provide funds to be used for financing technical and vocational education institutions. Money. Part 3 says there shall be paid onto the fund monies provided by Parliament. So, in this case, now that you have decided to take the role of TVET funding board, don't you see that it is wise also to consider VTCs? Because as an African man, if I get a lady who wants to be married and has children, I can't say that now I take the girls who are senior and the boys who have been educated and they have a lot of benefits, and I say now the young one, the young boy who is down there, I'll take, he's going to expense me in terms of paying school fees.
Mogaka, I think the point is already made.
Let me see.
Yeah.
So,
30 seconds so that we can also have the others.
Thank you very much. Now, I don't want to annoy our guests, but then the point is clear. Don't you feel that it is wise also to take VTCs and fund them? Because that's the only legal clause we have that can give us money.
Thank you. The question is there. Director Kashisha. Use your summary skills.
Those ones I was not given, but I will try. No, mine is just to echo what Director Hassan had said and directed to Kenya School of TVET. I am happy you've said you're open to discussions, number one, and then number two, being from an IT background as well, I'm happy that you have enough programs that can go online. My question is, instead of having to transport your trainers to the regions or to the places where they must raise a number of people for it to make sense for your trainers to come, why don't you pick a number of institutions around the country, equip them with trainers for the purposes of the practical skills and for the purposes of micro-teaching that you're talking about. And I don't think there will be anything lost because the students still pay you, then you will pay the colleges you're working with or the tutors you have trained in there for pedagogy and mainly for the practical side of things. And I think that way everyone will be fine. Because as we speak now, by the time a region raises a number of students, trainers for you to come, we will never get where we want to go, or that number that was mentioned by Mogaka of 120,000 teachers whom we want, or trainers whom we want to train. So maybe that's a consideration that you should look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to the officer. 1 minute, summarize.
Thank you so much. My name is Musa, Chief Officer from Garissa. I know this is a bit emotive for us, so just accept when we repeat. To Director Bora, it's good we have an institutional memory. I was a bit very happy when you talked that we need to know history. This element of help and also capitation, I want to use those two. The VTCs, as I don't want to cite because the act was already read by my colleague. When you devolve a function, the requisite funds is supposed to follow. As per the act, you are supposed to have money already for the VTCs. But like when VTCs were devolved, the requisite funds for the one which was supposed to be from the State Department of TVET VTC to help did not follow because that envelope was to us. And then later on, capitation was for VTC, the national government. And as well, the NGOs did not increase to reflect the change that now capitation is not coming from national government. The state is supposed to top up that money which was meant to cut.
Okay, I think Opora the question. We go to CATI representative. Don't know if that mic will work. Kindly be ready.
I'm told it's the waves. You move closer.
Thank you. I'm not making any other presentation, but just to ask a few questions. To the director, thank you for joining us. The concerns that we have as CATI, one director, is on the issue of the established curriculum support verification officers in the region. They have been established, they are doing a good job. But the department did not create, as much as they were creating a function, they did not create an accompanying financing for the same. We roll back to the institutions, and some of our institutions are feeling the hit of facilitating them to carry the work, including transport, padiums, and they don't move in one, there's a team. Please, our concern is, can the function be accompanied by a budget? Number two, on staff replacement. I know personally I've been to your office before on issues of staffing. Staff exit. Yes, we have recruited. At the moment, we are talking of 9,000, but between 2019 and now, so many others have exited, and no replacement is done. Our concern is to actualize the Trainers' Council, who should have their own authority to replace, because in the current system or structural arrangement where we are hired by the public service, that provision is not there. We are really pleading that we fast track on the same. Thirdly, on funding, I know there was a discussion on supplementary budget for purposes of considering the Q4 funding capitation for institutions. For many years, Pana Director, we have always missed out on Q4 of the fund, which is part of what the government committed to pay for the trainees. Even as we sit here, most of the institutions are on their knees. They are unable to pay bills, salaries, and many others. Our concern is that you assist to fast track on the same to be able to get that funding down to the institutions, which in itself will translate into efficiency and better quality in terms of service delivery. Number 4, which we had addressed to that as the government review the curriculums, there is need for all stakeholder engagement, especially with courses that have regulatory bodies, so that when directives, when instructions are given to us to implement, we are not in conflict with other regulators like the Kenya Nutrition and Dietetics Board, the Kenya Veterinary Board, the Kenya Medical Lab Board, and the others who regulate some of the programs that we are offering. And the 5th, on matters to do with equipment, many of our institutions, especially the newly established, do not have equipment. The department, and this is affecting quality delivery of our training services. There have been commitments by government that they will be able to get the equipment. It is now 3, 4, 5 years down the line. Some of those institutions have not received the same and still in waiting mode. And last, Director, there are institutions that were given equipment, and some of them indeed was observed in some of the audits are underutilized. If we can have a framework that can allow the movement of an excess facilities from one institution to another, especially in an exchange program, it will do better. I am in an institution with equipment on welding and fabrication. The numbers, of course, will be higher. And I also, the process will not be complete without the CNC machines for fabrication. while there are others willing to give me a CNC machine, and I could be willing to surrender the other, the question is, what is the framework for that movement? Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Philip, summarize to one question, one big question.
Thank you. My concern is on Kenya School of TVET and help. Relevant to what Dr. Opora has said, and he has revealed a very critical point that we need to take it up about the funding model in HELP, the strategy they use. In relation to that, Mr. Kimori, in your policies, what criteria or rather which measures do you intend to take so that you initiate the SEM to the COG to reach the county government so that the VTC trainees can start benefiting from such a noble issue? Then number two, Deputy Principal, KTTC, initially it was called that. We have a concern based on the transition from the former curriculum to current curriculum. Definitely, you find that because of TVET pathways, the qualifications that you based initially in the former curriculum might be changing in modalities that you are engaging students with diploma and possibly those who want to take certificates. Now, take an example of a scenario in VTCs in Kenya, whereby we have 1,200 VTC students in we have 1,200 VTCs in the country, and we have deficits of trainers. Take, for example, 100. Then when you multiply that number, you find that we are on deficit of 100,000 and above because most of our trainers are employed by the Board of Management because of lack of employment and advertisement from the national government.
Philip, the explanation is well understood. Now the question.
Yes, now the question is, tell us, you can tell this panel, to which entry point, based on qualification, do we advise our trainers at the Polytechnic to negotiate towards getting a pedagogical entry in KTTC, or Kenya School of TVET?
Okay, thank you. Director is telling here Neza Lipuka it's very burning. If he doesn't, aongee mtoke.
Okay, I think mine goes to the House of the PS. And in the course of our presentations here, we did mention that our president has a lot of passion for TVETs in this country. And what is coming out very clearly with VTCs is that there's a lot of disparity in terms of funding, and that there are institutions that are getting a lot of funding and VTCs are not getting that particular funding. And on that in the counties, you find that the funds that are given in terms of, say, bursary, a student in a second school benefits from the tuition that comes from the second school and still benefits from that bursary. The Member of Parliament gives the same to one student in that second school. The women rep gives the same. The parent is paying for that particular child. The MCA perhaps has a ward-specific bursary for that particular student. The bank is paying for that particular student. And to some extent, a donor is paying for this particular student. In the second school, when the VTCs are actually starving, what is the takeaway word from the office of the PS, the ministry, as far as this issue is concerned? We're interested to hear that. Away from the fact that the function was devolved, because we are talking on this issue at the policy level. What is your take on this? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will welcome the panelists to respond and also give their final word. We'll start from the other end. We start with Thomas. There are various questions on Kenyan School of TVET that I know you have noted, including suggestion from director, as you give your parting shot. Then we finalize with Director Opora.
Maybe you can remind if I forget any. But starting with the director, it is true that we can use capacity out there so that we moderate the costs. And this has been done over some time. We can improve on it. In our short courses, many a times we blend with the trainers out there. Actually, in every discipline, even of a short course, we are not the same, even in our college, in our school. There are those we know are good in this, those are good in that, and they have risen to the level of what we call the master trainer. And to be a master trainer, even in other institutions, we don't have to train you. But if we have been attending the same courses with you in order to rise to that level, then you are also a master trainer. And this has been utilized in our short programs. We blend, but of course, we have to be convinced that you can train and give the quality we want. So
the second question was from Philip on the issue of how do you entice or entry behavior of trainers at VTC? I think there used to be a program.
Now, the entry behavior, we are just a bit strict. For a certificate course, you must have a craft certificate and above, so that you will be able to train the artisan. Before there are those who could find their way with a qualification below that, but we have tightened, and we want to ensure that we provide quality even to VTCs. So we only take craft and above. Remember, as I said, there are people who have better qualification than craft, but they will opt for the certificate course. Then we have the diploma and above qualification that is required for our diploma course. So there is no way about it. Either you have a craft for certificate or diploma and a degree for the diploma.
Thank you. We got to...
And maybe before, because he has talked about changing of curriculum, when we have changes, like we have the current curriculum was reviewed. The review was done in 2022. Implementation started in 2023. And of course, the aspects that are not were in the current trends. Like now we emphasize more on CBET delivery, which is in the current curriculum. It may lack in the other one. So what we do, we bridge that by the CPDs. So you can come for a short course and you can get what probably missed out in the previous curriculum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. That's a good parting shot, that you offer continuous professional development, and we can always join your institution for the same. We go to help, and various questions have been asked. Maybe the first two is, one was concerning section 6G of the HELP Act, and saying only funds will be provided to higher education. Is there a need to amend that section so that even the others can be factored in? Then there is the issue found in the TVETA Act. I know you will share it together with the Director Opora. That is of establishment of the Technical and Vocational Fund. And now they are saying, since you have taken a mother with children, you also take care of all the children. Karibu Bwana King'ori.
Thank you, thank you.
Lastly, maybe so that we come together, was from Philip. What efforts are you making to sensitize COG
Council of Governors that they can give you funds and you disburse for them as help. Maybe Nakuru did not have that information. They could have done the same. Karibu.
Thank you. So I think I'll start with the one on funding. Somebody is saying that we are depriving the VTCs from funds. And the issues of MCAs, MPs having their own funds. I think there is an effort to consolidate all funding in Kenya. This effort is coming from Parliament and the Executive, so we are very happy that's happening from there. But ukisikiza kwa ground, wanasema hiyo haitapita. Then there also a circular by Controller of Budget saying that counties should not issue bursaries. So there are quite a number of dynamics around there. We will watch and see how they will evolve to really control this. Just like Musa said, that we have so many institutions, the same students, but who anafanya nini? So we will be able to look at that space after Parliament and the Executive have finished. COG, we have partnerships with the Council of COG, but on funding of TVET and universities. We have counties that have brought money to us, TVETA, Kakamega, Busia, so many counties. And in fact, the case of Busia and Kakamega is a very successful story because they even gave us money to train doctors, nurses, but we didn't want to go to TVC because we thought that is a basic education. You have to really know where your salary issues, your mandate. You see, but it's a good recommendation. If there is a deprivation of that area, it can still be looked at and see how we can mobilize funds. Mugaka want even to prescribe the qualification of my next wife. Anyway, but he was very good. He read our act. And he wants us to contradict it, but we'll see. It's a good recommendation, and I can tell you we'll try to do something around there. But also, Mugaka, even the way it is right now, we are not contravening because I don't know what section on what we are reading. It also allows us to partner with anybody, so we can partner with the COG. Counties and be able to do the same thing we are doing to TVET and universities. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Kingori. Maybe the take home there is that you go and inform the board there that the county directors and CEO wishes that further efforts be made to sensitize the COG on the possibility of partnership on disbursement of finances supporting the vocational training centers. So maybe that reach at that level might support them, and these stakeholders might have very good outcome. Maybe when we mix for the financial year, you will be sharing good success stories on partnership. We go to Director Opora. You have a lot of questions. Maybe I'll be posing 3 as you go, and in case I did not capture others, then you'll proceed. There was on curriculum support team, offices that have been established and funds have not been provided to support the office. Therefore, they get support from TVET institutions who are already strained. Then there was the emphasis on the replacement of staff who are exiting. Maybe they need to feel like the TSC. There's the time for recruitment and there's a specific time where the advertisement is for replacement. They don't do it at the same time. Maybe they want to see such, my thinking. Then number 3 is actualization of the trainer service council and how soon can it happen. Maybe you tackle those 3, then we proceed. Karibu, Director.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. The first one for the curriculum support officers is an issue that is already being handled by the accounting officer, and therefore I may not add something on that because it's already being handled and their funding and the way they be facilitated. Already the accounting officer is handling that one. So that one, I think I cannot answer that one. Now for the staff exit and no replacement, I think I had already shed the light on what we are doing. If at all it's an issue of separation for advertisement, you know the problem is advertisement and even recruitment is very expensive. Very expensive. We normally do it through the boards and it's normally very expensive. That's why it takes time and they put together and we advertise as a whole, a big number as a whole. Probably for the stakeholder they want, anytime we have somebody exiting, advertisements made for that person and so forth and so forth. But that one will be very expensive, sincere, very, very expensive way. So the way that which we are doing, we think is the correct way. And we have not lost any number of the trainers. And I already told you that one. The issue of actualization of the trainers council, this is something that is already in the process. The bill is already there. It is being discussed at high level, Parliament. So that one, again, is something that we are waiting. It's coming to happen. So, is there any other?
Sir, yes. That the function was devolved and the monies did not follow the functions. Yeah. Then there was the other one was still on funding. That in most cases, TVETs miss out on Q4 funding. They wanted to know the status of supplementary budget for Q4. Then on underutilization of equipment and a framework for sharing where there is oversupply of equipment. I gave his own example. He has excesses in welding, and there is another institution that has excesses in CNC machine. Can be there a framework of them sharing what they have. Then lastly was involvement of professional bodies in curriculum review, especially in the health sector.
Okay, thank you. I will start with the equipment. It is true that we have observed that some equipment utilization is low, while other institutions may not have adequate equipment. And the PS commissioned a team which has already gone round, and the report is already with the Parliament, because we have already told the Parliament they are the ones to assist us, because you cannot move just equipment just like that. It has a lot of politics. That's why the PS saw that the Parliament assist that. So that framework will come from the Parliament. It's on the way. And even the Prince who is asking is aware that a team came to his own institution over the same issue. So you are asking what you know. You are asking what you know. And in terms of the equipment that has taken time, again, you are asking what you know, because the Prince who is asking knows exactly even the equipment that is supposed to come to his own institution, and Ajua. And the contract has now been finalized, has taken time, yes, and a team has already gone around to survey, and they must have gone to that institution because the survey is complete. So you are asking what you know, and you know the equipment are coming to institution. So you are swearing, I don't know why it's not very important. The issue of the curriculum review, the Constitution is very clear. When you make any policy, all stakeholders must be involved. There is no way you can come up with a policy without involvement of the stakeholders. And that is why when you are saying that others in the health sector were not involved, I don't know which particular one, but normally that's what we do. That's what we do. We don't change any curriculum or any policy without involving the specific stakeholders. And we must realize that if it was not, our curriculum has not been changed, then, I don't know, I'm saying this, we cannot change a curriculum or make a policy without stakeholder involvement. That's constitutional. It's a must. So I'm not really aware of this. Who have not been involved. You say the health sector. I don't know whether there are people from the health sector here who are asking that question. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the health sector are complaining that. I don't know.
Can allow me to clarify?
Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity to clarify. The government rolled out modularization this session. And immediately that came on board, there were communications from the regulators that these programs cannot go that direction. Specifically, Kenya Nutrition and Dietetics Board or Nutrition and Dietetics. Animal Health and Production from the Kenya Veterinary Board. They are saying you cannot run away with just one small skill area and go into practice. Their involvement is very critical because those who graduate from our institutions have to be given practicing license by the same authorities. So if they are not in harmony with what we are doing, then our trainees will not get anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I will not be able to respond on that because given the stakeholder has already written the way we are saying, then I don't think that particular curriculum is being implemented. I don't think so. Because what I know, the curriculum that are being implemented are those that have been agreed upon by all the stakeholders. That's what I know. But those that have not yet been agreed upon, you're bad. Now, for in terms of the funding for TVETA institutions, yes, it's true that mostly Q4 has had a problem. Normally, when we budget for Q4 and we don't get the money, it's sometimes in the end at review. Because normally the government, they budget in terms of a year, financial year. Once the financial year is over and we have not utilized the funding, then it ends the review. But this year, the State Department discussed very well with the Treasury and have agreed very well that the funding for the TVETs will be released. So that's an issue that has already been handled, and I believe principals were told this when I joined you. So I don't know. So that one, it has been communicated, they know. Now, the other one was about money devolved.
Functions devolved.
Function devolved should follow the money. Yeah, the VTCs have a long history, starting from 1968, so when they started as village polytechnics by churches because of the unemployment in the country. And then the government took them over as time went by, and they were in the Ministry of Labor. In that Ministry of Labor, these VTCs, they used to have their own wages. And so the ministry decided they can top up the wage, they were reasonable. But unfortunately, by the time they are moving from Ministry of Labor to the Ministry of Youth Affairs, now the boards for those VTCs were no longer paying the wages, they are only depending on the top up. Sasa ikakuwa ni shida pia hivyo. Now, from the Ministry of Youth Affairs, they came to the Ministry for Education for just a short time, and then the constitution comes in, it is devolved. What happened is that anything for salary, that was the first one to move to the county governments, because they are now to be employed by the county public service service boards. That's where they are being employed. Sasa hiyo money of top up ilienda huko. Right. The ministry remained with one particular funding, which we are funding every student. And every student was being funded 15,000 per year. And we used to call that money conditional funds. And it went for some time and they were very happy. Later on, the same, what you have just said, came back. The same clause. The county governments argued that money devolved, the function devolved should follow, the money should follow the function. So the question is why the ministry was still dispersing this money when the function has already been devolved. So what happened is that the money now was taken back to the county government. At present, the State Department does not have any funding for VTC. So when the money went to the county government, again now they have hard problems. I remember when we went around during the presidential working party on educational reforms, we were surprised that the students were not getting 15,000. And we were asking them, why are they not dispersing? And we were really surprised why the county government was sponsoring national students instead of the county one. They were sponsoring university, they were apatia bursary for secondary and all that. And yet that's not their role. But this money should be going to their own students. Now, so when you come to conferences like this, you still have those questions. But the problem is priorities of the county government. They should prioritize their students, they have the money. They have already been given. It's the same at the person you put there. I think I'm under the question. That's what the problem is. That's the same money for us now. Ukisikia capitation and health, hiyo yetu imeenda huko. But them, they have theirs, lakini imepotelea. So I think that's all I can say. I believe that we need to have more of stakeholders engagement, because I can now see that we have a lot in terms of gaps in what's going on, communication. Many people don't know what's happening, and so you are also right to ask those questions because you don't understand. But such a forum are very important, and I want to applaud TVETA for bringing us together so that we can also share information and
in the TVET sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Makofi mazuri kwa the panelists as we step them down. Thank you very much for giving us information. Opora has taken us through the history classes. And if you so wish, you can pay some small fee. Only the Ngao offer their services for free. At this point, we will wish to check lunch. We don't come back. We just have some few activities remaining. One of them is way forward, planting of trees. You can see the holes have been dug here, and a small tour of this institution. For the way forward, I would welcome Director Gashisho to take us through that session, so that now we can, when we break after having our supper, we go home. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wanyeki, and he has invited us for supper, and we are not going home tonight. let's again applaud that good presentation that has been done by the panelists. And maybe as we plan on the next steps, one of the things I think we will do is a group photo, which I think we will do as we go to plant the trees.